Let's see here. We'll get this set up for the announcements. Hello, everyone. I know no one's here yet, but just seemed nice to say. Let's see. Okay. And then any second now, PenCap should be saying hello. Everyone. Yeah. Hmm. Let's see. Stats, chats. And hello, everyone, to the Saturday stream talking about, as per the usual, MBTI, because I'm sure there's a good reason. Thought maybe today we would talk about personality types in the workplace, and it looks like cookie dough is the first one today. What are the chances of that? Hi, cookie dough. How's it going? That reminds me, I need to make sure everyone knows that I'm doing a live stream. Don't think they'll notice. What a wonderful Saturday. I live out here in Nevada, so the temperature is not exactly consistent throughout the day, and it's finally getting into the colder months, so it actually was cool enough for me to go outside with a jacket on. Appreciated that. I'm not a fan of hot weather, but now it's going to get so cold that I'll actually have to start wearing socks to sleep. But who cares about that? Annoying everyday stuff. Today we're talking about MBTI, I guess workplace stuff. Uh, it seems like a lot of people have been forgetting why MBTI has been used for these past 80 plus years. And so figured we talk about which types are good in which positions, which types you shouldn't have in certain positions because they'll drive themselves insane, etc., etc., etc. Which ones should be your supervisors, and then of course which ones actually end up being your supervisors. Thank you, Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough, if you wanted to be a part of the stream, of course, you can just jump into the Discord. Or unless you're content with just posting emojis in the chat, which is fine too. For the background stuff, I'm currently downloading Baldur's Gate 3. I was thinking I could gather up some of my Discord members and actually do a group session. What do you think of INFPs being lawyers? I did type an INFP that was a lawyer, so that's totally plausible. I don't know necessarily how good they are. Granted, I don't know how you exactly rate lawyers. I would assume something like how often you get a favorable outcome in court, and then the more times you do that, the better you are as a lawyer. So, and that INFP specifically went to court over trans rights. So, I would think that for an INFP who is passionate about the rights of certain peoples, I can imagine that they would have this a strong dedication to the cause, and which could land them as a lawyer. Hmm. Hello, Joseph. And Cookie Dough says she can't talk. So, but yes, INFPs, lawyers, I would say that it might be difficult for them. They would have to apply a great deal of extroverted thinking, which is not the way that they would preference doing things. So that would take a great deal of focus on the INFP's part to maintain it. And of course, the lawyers have insane work schedules. It's many, 50, 60, sometimes, 70 hours a week getting getting ready, preparing for a case. So a lot of sleepless nights. I once had someone tell me that they knew a bunch of ENTPs as lawyers, and now I often forgive some misconceptions about certain personalities because, as I mentioned before, a lot of people don't get particularly helpful, accurate information, and so they kind of end up grouping these behavioral traits that aren't inherently of a personality type together with some personality type, and they make claims such as ENTPs are apparently very willing to work upwards of 80 hours a week on anything, any one particular thing. And that is that's a fairly egregious misunderstanding of ENTP personality. But lately, I've been talking to some people that also have a rather egregious misunderstanding of cognitive functions and how they present in people. Which, once again, not their fault. As I've said this multiple times, most of the MBTI community is made up of people with a preference for introverted feeling and extroverted thinking. So they just read things, or they go off their vibes. No particularly stringent criterion, and so they come up with these strange perceptions of humans. Let's see here, and then Moon Globes is here. Hi, Moon Globes. Let's see. But it's good that your sister is becoming a lawyer. Those are generally high-paying jobs. Here in the States, last I remember, is that the profession of law, like being a lawyer or paralegal, etc., they were they, they were getting a lot of women coming in to become a part of that career, and then after they hit 30, they would all just leave. Strangely enough. So, for various reasons, I'm sure. Hello, Moon Globes. Street Daddy. That's what they call me on the Discord. And that's Lady V's fault. So if you ever get to talking to her, you let her know that it was her fault. Speaking of which, I tried to get some co-hosts today, and I unfortunately couldn't get anyone to want to stick around, so it's just me for the time being, or until someone randomly decides to jump into my other Discord server. Maybe family. Let's see. Let's start with the more common folks that you're going to find in the United States anyway. I'm not sure how it is exactly in other countries. I imagine a great deal of it is similar. Here in the United States, we have, and if you go to like the MBTI sourced information, which take that with a grain of salt. It says that introverted sensing, in terms of preference, introverted sensors, that makes up nearly 50% of the US population. Now, uh, if if my understanding of humans is at all correct, then it's definitely been trending more towards introverted sensing these past couple decades. So imagine there's more than that. I think our Discord server has mostly introverted thinking and extroverted intuition preferenced users. What do you think? Uh, I think that's likely. Uh, we don't get a whole lot of strong preference to extroverted thinkers, and of course, the reason for that being that there are four personality types in MBTI that have a first or second. Uh, I don't want to say slot, but first or second position. There we go. First or second position extroverted thinking. You've got ESTJs, ISTJs, and then ENTJs and INTJs. And for many reasons, you're not going to find a lot of those personalities hanging around an MBTI Discord. However, since I brought up this channel again and made the Discord server, I actually ended up typing two ESTJs, and it's strange how similar they are. It's because it's already weird enough to get an introverted sensor that is interested in typology in general. Maybe it was more common, let's say back in like the 70s when astrology was a big thing amongst the kids. And so I've known some ESTJs, mostly ESFJs, that would, let's say, get a tattoo of their astrological sign, wear jewelry related to it, things like that. So back then, and I imagine that nowadays, as typologies are becoming more popular again, that you'll start finding some introverted sensors that have something of an interest in it, or some kind of a knowledge base in regard to that typology. So I always theorized that ESFJs and ESTJs could start becoming a part of typologies just because of that extroverted intuition preference. But I think that our Discord in particular is made up of introverted thinking and introverted feeling preferenced people. That's what I would say. So what were we talking about? We were talking about the common personality. Yeah, right. So we're talking about introverted sensors in the workplace, because those are the ones you're more likely to see out in the real world, out in the public. So I make up approximately 50% of the population, and I imagine that's going to keep going up as we slide into the future. Yes, Cookie Dough, I think I might have a cold. Possibly. Absolutely possible. I don't really, I'm not noticing a cold, but there might be some congestion. That's the word. So that's why we have fun time medicine. Mm, wonderful. Let's see here. So introverted sensors can pick up a wide variety of jobs, and that's because they have a preference for schedules, routines, procedures, following, the rules, etc. And so introverted sensors have very little issue picking up a wide variety of jobs. For example, I've known a lot of ISTJs over the past, let's say, 15 years have been picking up coding jobs. Now, before I would have assumed that only the nerdiest of nerds, pick up coding jobs, but they have streamlined the process in such a way that ISTJs actually have a manual to follow. They have a procedure. They have protocols. And so now they can just read that, absorb the information, and then boom, all of a sudden you've got a coder that doesn't really mind repetition all that much. So not so bad. But introverted sensors are going to normally be found in places where you have streamlined rules, where you have these codes, these procedures, things that are objectively uh, presented so that they can be easily followed. And so you'll find introverted sensors as like law enforcement. You can even find them as, I mean, doctors, because doctoring nowadays isn't quite the same as it was decades ago. Uh, you can find them in all kinds of professions that have any, standards that they just need to follow, and then they can do the minimum amount of work and then still get paid, lots of money. So there's that. Uh, let's see. How about second common? Actually, I mean, I assume that it's that extroverted sensors might be in second place, but I'm kind of wondering if it. No, I mean, it's not going to be extroverted intuitive. That's ever so slightly below that. Then there's extroverted sensing preference people, which we know are people that like to absorb experiences and then let them go. Uh, that's probably not the best way to phrase it. They like to live in the moment and then forget about it and then move on to the next thing. So, uh, how do I recognize extroverted sensing in speech? So, uh, fun stuff. In my own personal trip through this MBTI landscape, hellscape in some cases, uh, I had found that uh, people with a strong preference for extroverted sensing, let's take ESFPs for example, they love to talk a lot. And it can be, I mean, a lot of them claim that they can talk about anything, but it's oftentimes very surface level, and then they try to segue into another topic of conversation, something that they're more interested in, which is usually something a little more day to day, mundane like. But extroverted sensors enjoy talking. They really want to talk, and they seemingly enjoy hearing themselves talk. Now, obviously that's not going to be pleasant for for everyone, but uh, in some cases that can be nice if there's always just a quiet void in a place where you need sound. Then extroverted sensing preference people just really like to talk. Um, so that's usually it's usually the first thing I notice, and I have attributed it to reacting to external stimuli. So even if you're trying to have, like we're in a Discord call and there's an ESFP in the call, we're talking about one thing and we're having maybe an intellectual discussion about MBTI, what have you, or really anything else. They will decide to let you know about their personal opinion and talk about it. And then maybe they bring up a story of something that happened to them regarding maybe something almost vaguely relevant to the conversation. It's that reacting to external stimuli, and that was neat because that's what I had noticed in these supposed extroverted sensors when I was learning MBTI, and with the updated definitions that they did, they actually put down for extroverted sensing very talkative. So it's good to know that I was understanding the patterns within these personality types. So um, ESTJs spend a lot of their time being busy. They're generally busy with something. They're looking for success in whatever it is that they're doing. So I would think, now this is, once again, this is my experience over the 10 years, is that it seems to me that they spend so much time getting things done, being very quick about things, being more productive, focusing on that general success, that they don't have as much time to talk about the things that they may are more interested in talking about. So it's like they're working for these large portions of the day, and so when they're not working, they seem to want to fill it with what I call ESTJ story time. They'll tell you about one thing, they'll keep talking, they're reliving their experiences, and then want to segue it. And that's the key part. It's not just telling a story, because a story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. For an ESTJ, it starts at one place, it might get to the middle, then it's going to segue into another completely different story. So it's like an ESTJ story time is beginning, middle, and then beginning, middle, middle, middle. Then, after like 3 hours is over, then it's like finally the end. And then, they take a minute to catch their breath, and then they go right back to telling more stories. So it's ESTJ story time. But that's what it seemed like to me with a typical ESTJ, because when I think like a typical ESTJ, I'm talking people that I've met, let's say 10 years ago, that are now in their, mid 50s, now they're in their 60s. They and as it seems to get a lot worse as they get older, they keep wanting to talk about their past experiences, whether anyone cares or not. That's a big one. They don't notice that people are not caring about this story time that they're trying to give you. But that's of course extroverted feeling in the very last position. Eighth position extroverted feeling means that they are as far removed from extroverted feeling as a typical human can get. So I have a singular fly in the room. It's bothering me. Where's my... I had a fly swatter around here someplace. Anyway, if someone always mentions that they are going to cook for dinner and what they have planned to do for today or tomorrow, what function are they most likely using when doing this? Some people, so when we're talking about schedules and planning, there are two functions that we could be referring to. We're either referring to introverted sensing, or we are referring to introverted intuition. That's in both cases, a path is laid out for the person. So if someone has a strong preference for either introverted sensing or introverted intuition, they have a path laid out. So for introverted sensors, they already knew what their plan was, because it's what they're supposed to do. It's what tradition tells them to do. It's what the culture they grew up in tells them to do. So they already know what they're going to be doing. Whether it's tomorrow, the day after, whether it's a month from now or years from now, they know what they're supposed to be doing. So they've already got a plan figured out, which makes for introverted sensors to much more quickly get to whatever that is, because they don't have to do a whole lot of figuring out what they need to be doing. No, and then you have introverted intuition for plans. That's their own personal plans that they've made. It breaks away from, oftentimes it breaks away from tradition. It breaks away from, what their family did and what they wanted to do, kind of a thing. But they're still going to want to schedule that out. So if you've got a strong preference for either one, you will do that. So what you're looking for when determining what someone's plans are, or why they're doing it, etc. So like an introverted intuitive is always looking to be moving forward, going up the chain of command, bettering their position in their career, or they are training so that they can maybe take another position someplace else. So their plans revolve around them, specifically betterment, becoming what they believe maybe a more complete person, or being a better person, whatever their objective measurement of success and being better is. And whereas an introverted sensor typically has plans like, okay, well, I need to go to the store because I've got, my 3 kids that I need to feed. So I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'm going to pick up these specific things because tonight I'm going to be cooking, my family's special lasagna recipe. So I need to pick up this, and this, and we're going to be doing that. Whereas an introverted intuitive is typically too busy to make food for their children. They might say, they might call their nanny or the maid or whoever and say, I'm going to be spending this time, training for my new job. So I need you to, make something for, everyone. And then I sent you an extra, $200 so that you can go get whatever groceries you need, kind of a thing. So they have plans, but their plans are generally going to be very different. Let's see. And do you think any of them ESFPs might be throwing out information when they talk just to get you to talk? That's not been my experience with ESFPs. They talk to talk. They just want to talk. They, much like ESTJs, they don't. They're not as interested in whether or not someone is paying that much attention, but they just want to keep going. But when you live your life, when you lead your life with extroverted sensing, you have such a strong preference for it that for the most part, what's going on around you is more or less all that's being thought about. It's just what's going on here immediately in front of you. You don't like to convolute things. What you see, the phrase "I calls it like I sees it" kind of behavior. It's this is what I see. These are the results that I'm seeing, that this is working, that's not working. Not really interested in the why it's not working, or that it is working, just that, it is working. So doing that kind of a thing. And so when you live your life that way, uh, you're not really all that interested in much of anything else. There's not as much inner monologue there. That's what I wanted to get across. Not as much inner monologue. So if you, for example, a lot of ESFPs seemingly don't enjoy silence, and if they're not talking to someone, you'll see them, they'll have their earbuds in, listening to some kind of music, usually while, eating or enjoying some other physical activity. Reacting to external stimuli. That's how they live their life. Let's see. Bob says, how's that different from someone with introverted feeling that likes to talk, or extroverted sensing that likes to talk, or even introverted thinking that can sometimes talk a lot? I'm not. So for like I just said, extroverted sensors just enjoy talking. It doesn't have to be about their personal experiences on things. They can talk about anything. Oh, I like that, or no, I don't really like that, or yeah, I love this thing, or I did this. Uh, I was able to rig up something, doing it this way. Uh, but for ESTJs, it's not necessarily that they like to talk, although it would certainly seem that way. Whether or not they actually get any real personal enjoyment out of it, I I don't. I never got that impression. Now, that granted, that could be because they tend to not have a lot of emotional responses to things, so they're more. It does sound a little bit robotic in that they can be monotone and they just keep talking and talking and talking. It's like you accidentally hit the play button on some tape recording. So, uh, and then they have a more difficult time stopping because they're going through their memory. That's the the track just keeps playing. The ride never ends. And yes, there are many moments in which someone might have a desire to talk a lot. Usually, when you're talking about something that interests them, they will talk a lot. INFPs, for example, really want to talk to people, but when it comes to group setting related things, they tend to be more quiet. They don't want to accidentally say something that someone's going to perceive them as stupid for, and so they just kind of clam up and don't say a whole lot. So, but if you get one alone, where and they trust you to be maybe understanding and to not react in any volatile ways, they'll enjoy talking to you because they don't get to do it a whole lot. So, is it normal to feel extreme discomfort when using a function that you don't prefer using? I notice that my extroverted feeling and my extroverted thinking have a limit, and if I'm pushing the limit, I feel sick. We can all get overwhelmed by whatever it is that we're doing, which can cause certain kinds of reactions, some more visceral than others, and can cause you to feel, a little nauseous. So that can happen. But what I've noticed is when we try to, when we're engaging in an activity of some sort, whether it's, talking about a specific subject or actually going outside and doing things, or, sitting down and reading, or anything that we're not all that great at doing, what I found is that we get sleepy. That is that's a more basic way to put it. People get tired. They become bored. They become disinterested in whatever it is that they're doing, and they start getting tired. The eyes start to droop down a little bit, and that's because they're bored. And so I would think that if you are feeling nauseous, then I would imagine that comes from, most commonly, people get nauseous in social situations because they get nervous. And so if you're nervous about saying the wrong thing, you can possibly get a little nauseous from that. But no, I think that when you're in a situation that requires you to use a function that you're not all that familiar with using, you start to get disinterested, because that's not how your brain's wired. Your brain is not wired to engage in this activity so freely, so naturally. And when we do things that we're not normally interested in, we don't become interested in, then we get tired. We get bored. We lose all that energy. Let's see. Do you think someday MBTI will be taken seriously, maybe after more years of research? I don't really know. What I want to say is probably not. But and the reason for that is that a lot of people value something being practical. They want it to be useful to them. So, introverted sensing and extroverted sensing preferenced people, generally speaking, prefer practicality. They want whatever it is they're doing to work and to have some kind of an everyday use. And so, unless you're willing to pay the $3,000 to go to an MBTI workshop, then what you have left is the information you get freely on the internet. So you either come to me, or you'll go to some of the other content creators. You go to Joyce Mang, C.S. Joseph, or you'll just watch a bunch of Frank James videos. You'll do anything that you can to learn more. And the problem is that there is no unified understanding of MBTI. There's no unified understanding of the cognitive functions. And so a large portion of the population is some kind of sensing. So you're looking at nearly 75%. It's probably more now, but around 75% of the population is going to see MBTI, and at the very best case scenario, they're going to say, well, who do I listen to? That's your best case scenario. And you're going to find creators that get it wrong. You're going to find some creators that get it right. And unless you're willing to go the extra mile like I did to find out whether or not this works in reality, then you're going to be like, well, this doesn't really work, so I'm not going to be that interested. And so, yeah, I think it's possible that some introverted sensors that grow up in certain parts of the country, certain parts of the world, may become more interested in it. It's possible. I think ESFJs and ESTJs have the potential to become interested in typology, just like they were interested in astrology back in the day. But the likelihood seems to be going down based on what I've noticed. So I don't think it'll really be taken that serious. Like, it's not going to be, South Korea levels of MBTI where it's on job applications. You have to put down what your MBTI type is, which is atrocious, because you gotta think that 90% of the people got it wrong, and so that's got to be a whole awful mess. Have you met an ENTJ in person? What was the experience like? Yes, my job in Austin, Texas, the building owner, manager, whatever, the guy that ran all the that was in charge of all the operations in the building, I did get to meet him on more than one occasion. I wanted to talk to him more. As soon as I started to hear him speak in the way that he held his body, like the body language, and then of course the lack of facial expression, and then all these other signs, I'm like, this guy seems like an ENTJ. I mean, given that the position that he's in, the lack of gregariousness that you would pick up in an ESTJ, uh, everything. And I got to talk to him for a little bit. He started getting uncomfortable talking to me. I started asking these kind of subtle personal questions, and he didn't want to get too involved in that. And so it actually got to the point where, and we'd never had it seemingly a negative interaction with one another. There was no negativity. Just everyday kind of small talk. And it eventually got to the point where when he would normally come to talk to me personally, tell me what we're expecting to have to do that day, or the things that actually absolutely had to be done by the end of today, he wouldn't talk to me anymore. He would have other people come talk to me about those things. And and of course you'd be wondering, well, he must have been busy or he had other people that he was talking to. And it's like, you could see him in his office, and apparently, and he was like right there. It's like, apparently he couldn't take the 2 minutes out of his day to, come talk to me about those things. So he seemingly was concerned about giving away too much information when I talked to him. That was the impression I got. And as for the overall experience, wasn't negative. It was very straight to the point. Uh, but the takeaway from it was is that he did not want to be around me very much. And then of course, why didn't he fire me? Well, it's because I did good work, of course. But you would have figured that if I was something of a threat to that interpersonal life of his, you thought he would have gotten rid of me one way or another. What reasons do you think people get into MBTI? I think there's several reasons. I would imagine that there's all kinds of reasons people would justify getting into a typology that has no unification within its community. I think the first thing that I had noticed is that people, of course, kind of attach themselves to a personality type, whether it's right or wrong, because they want to be a part of a community. They want to be a part of kind of like a tribe. They want to be around other people that they believe is like them. So that was the first thing that I had noticed, all those years ago, was that people seemingly just wanted to be a part of some kind of a tribe, hopefully one that made them feel special or unique. Other people get into it because they want to know more about themselves. Like, there's actually legitimately some people that are just like, hey, I just want to know more about me because there's probably things about me I don't notice, and I'm hoping that MBTI is going to cover those things and then help remind me of who I am and why I do what I do, and maybe that'd be helpful. Those people, very few and far between, are those kinds of people. Some people want to get into it to turn it into some kind of a business where they can get people to show up, give them money for information or whatever. That's why they initially would get into it. And then there are some people like me that are they just want the understanding. They want to understand people a little better. And now, granted, I already believed, whether I'm right or wrong, but I already believed that I had a general understanding of people. I'd been using it to get my way with people for a very long time. I didn't believe that I necessarily needed a typology to help me understand people, because I figured, well, my understanding of people is already fantastic. I don't need to take it any further than that. But what MBTI ended up giving me was a way to more easily categorize these thoughts that I had about people to my understandings of people. So now when I say, oh yeah, this person over here has a fantastic memory, she's got a little bit of a RBF going on, she helps people, she seemingly does it not because she enjoys it, it's because it's like it's her duty to do so. And it's like, okay, well, that's how I would have described them before. And now I say, okay, well, that is a lead introverted sensor, followed with extroverted feeling. And so now I've got that person categorized. Now I don't have to. It's a very short way for me to understand how someone generally behaves and what to look out for. How not to upset them. That was the big one. Let's see. I was surprised when I found out I have introverted feeling in the second position, but due to desensitization through life experience, I able to turn it off very easily, and it's been beneficial. So yes, when it comes to second position functions, it's we have the capacity to not express it. Generally speaking, we can, especially if we do enough, introspection, we can just not say it out loud. So when I'm dealing with particularly frustrating people, I can choose not to express verbally the introverted thinking. Of course, you're probably still going to catch me, having a furrowed brow or raise an eyebrow. That's the introverted thinking telling me that they're saying something that doesn't make sense to me, and that I need to possibly probe for more information. But for the most part, I have, I cannot use the introverted thinking. Well, I'm still using it. I can't just shut off a brain that, you know, causes pattern recognition to form. But what I can do is choose not to express it willingly, and then instead I can transition to using the extroverted feeling and just being placating, being calm, smile, and let the person continue talking. And of course, in my mind, I'm going somewhere else. But yes, to Joseph's point is that your second position function you generally have some control over, and you can choose either to talk about it or not talk about it. So that is helpful. Have you met all the MBTI types in person over the 10 years you've been doing this? I have, in person, handshakes and everything. In some cases, more than a handshake. And I won't go into it any further than that. For example, I have met an ENFJ, and I had no chance at exerting my own rational judgment in the matter. I was very caught off guard by that. So that darn succubus personality. Uh, so yes, I've met an ENTJ, and now granted I've talked to people and spoken to them over voice chat, or I have talked to them on video chat, but I don't consider that, really in person. Although granted, it seems like most people are meeting each other that way. But I have talked to them, but in terms of in person, shook hands, just the one ENTJ. And of course, the reason for that being that most of the time, us, peasants, us normal people, do not get close to ENT. Like on a physical level, we oftentimes don't get close to them, especially after they've gone out of school. Like, though they're done with high school, they're done with college, and they're off on their career of some kind. Getting physically close to them, very difficult to pull off, because you also need to be in a position in which you'd be interacting with them. So difficult. Obviously, most people I do meet are introverted sensing preference people. They're just, and I, because this can be difficult to find out whether or not they have a preference for introverted sensing, in a more candid way. The how I've described them is that they're normal people doing normal people things, the routines every day. They go to work, and they come home, maybe they crack open a beer, they watch whatever football team that they grew up watching. Just normal people. They don't go out of their way to be weird. They don't have strange interests more often than not. They just are just normal people. And that's I found that is that's strangely enough, and I don't condone vibe typing at all, but if you're not seeing anything out of the ordinary, or you don't believe that they do anything out of the ordinary, there's a likelihood that they are in fact introverted sensing. And this, of course, is through the 10 years that I've been essentially screwing with people to get information. They just come off as normal. Nothing weird about them, typically. I got to scroll up past all of Cookie Dough's emojis so I can check to see if there were, and I can't see any further than that. Okay, great. Let's see. Insecurity about their identity, interest in learning how people work, and just something interesting that's not common in real life. Yeah, there's, I believe that was for your why people get into MBTI. Yeah, so for me, I got into MBTI because it was the definitions that they proposed to me were eerily similar to what I had noticed in other people. It was as if somehow they were able to get inside my head and then pull the pattern recognitions and behavior that I'd noticed from people. and then somehow turn them into definitions. I was like, that's pretty, this is amazing. I felt that it was too coincidental to not have some merit. And so that's why I grabbed these definitions that I hadn't articulated quite as well as they did. They were very concise in the information they gave for the definitions. And I took that and applied it in real life. Did it work in real life? Was I able to predict patterns? Was I able to predict, let's say someone's interest in a very specific culture or, part of the country, things like that. And I found that it worked. And this was the important part. It was congruent with the data that they had given for frequency. So when it comes to, let's say, introverted intuitive people, in reality, you're not going to meet a lot of them. I have, of course, met thousands upon thousands of people in my whole life, had personal conversations with them over, let's say, just the 10 years alone. And so I had found that for the most part, that frequency chart is going to look accurate. So if you find yourself, learning about MBTI and then you go to school and you're like, yeah, it turns out like 5 of my closest friends in high school are some kind of introverted intuitive. Probably not. You should, if you get figures like that, you should immediately doubt that they are those types and then do more digging into the subject. Do you understand me, Urchin? I would like to think I understand most people, but do I like know you on that high resolution scale? Do I know literally every inner thought you've ever had ever, or what you're thinking of right at this very moment? I don't believe I do. I could take a guess at it, and I'm going to say spirit animals. Just going to throw that out there. Probably not right, but gave it a shot. Let's see. What was the ENFJ like? So this was, and this is not something that I had experienced in person with another human being before. Now, mind you, I was 21, I think 21, 22, somewhere in there, and super cool, super chill. Always had schedules to go meet with friends and to do things. She was working, I think at the time she had 2 different jobs while she was, of course, going to college. Going to college for, what do you call it? Criminal defense? And I don't know what it is. Any ENFJs that whether I met in person or met on the internet someplace, a lot of them, for some reason, wanted to get into criminal law. I'm not exactly sure why they did it. I couldn't give you any concrete information as to why they did it, but they seem to enjoy getting into criminal law, and which of course that's a very difficult profession to get into. Obviously, a lot of work, a lot of focus, a lot of drive is required to get it done, and so she was working the 2 jobs and doing that, but she always had time for people. Like, people were a part of her schedule. Getting to know this person, getting to know that person. She didn't dress. She dressed very nice in a way that was obviously meant to seduce the people that she was going after, but it wasn't overly done. So it was, it wasn't overly revealing or anything like that. And the thing is that she had an interest in a great many things. She seemingly, she of course did her work and work her 2 jobs, and then of course did schoolwork, but she also knew what Adult Swim was. Somehow she knew that that was going to be something that I'd be interested in, and so meeting her, we would talk about all kinds of, she would talk about 4chan, she would talk about cartoons that she watched, certain kinds of animes, and I'm like, I have never outside of myself, I had never seen someone who was so interested in being around people and had these other vaguely nerdy interests, things like that. And so she knew exactly what to say to get my interest. She knew exactly how to behave, when to use certain innuendo, when not to, when to be serious. It was she essentially read me like a book, which is which should have been fundamentally terrifying, given that I'm as fake as you can get. So when I say fake, what I mean is I pretend to be happy to see people. I pretend to be as nice when I normally wouldn't want to be. I pretend to be interested in a lot of the things that the normal folk want to tell me about. I'm very fake in that way. This is how I want people to perceive me. I want people to perceive me as someone who's pleasant to talk to, and which of course is fake. If in reality I said everything that came to mind, I wouldn't have friends, or I wouldn't have any of the network that I would have. Okay, well, we might get Harley later. She's currently at the hospital, and I hope everything is okay at the hospital. I hope everything will be okay at the hospital. Hope nobody lost a finger. So yes, ENFJs. Now, granted, I was only like 21, maybe 22, and uh, maybe my poker game wasn't as on point as it might be today. But whatever I was giving off, she could read. She could pick up on, and she just knew exactly what to do to lure me in. So that was quite impressive. And to this day, I still try to figure out what did I do exactly that gave her the impression that I had these kinds of interests, or what I thought was entertaining to talk about. Very impressive. So, yes, that was my experience with an ENFJ. A very abridged version, and does not cover everything that we did. And I know, Cookie Dough, you just can't help it. You're just an emoji monster. Just imagine you're having an itch you need to scratch. Oh, goodness. Okay, there was some kind of, must have been some lag or something because I got a bunch of messages at once. I think my extroverted sensing probably helps it. Normally, I'll find something else in the moment to feel and think different about it. My extroverted sensing is usually feeling good, so my introverted feeling is normally feeling good as well. That's great. That's fantastic. Normally, any negatives in life are easily brushed over with the new. And that is something that I noticed about ESFPs. When they get down a little bit or something's not quite working their way, they just move on to the next thing. They don't like to have things keep them down. I'm sure they have their moments in which they want to be a little down, a little bit depressed, but they seemingly don't enjoy being that way, and they'll find something else to keep them going, to put the smile back on their face. Um, hey, Urchin, you've said that INFJs probably wouldn't want to be INFJs. Why would that be? I said that INFJs probably wouldn't want to be INFJs. I know that I've used that terminology in when describing the people that claim to be INFJs and then actually being an INFJ. So if you claim to be an INFJ and you're not an INFJ, you most likely wouldn't want to be an actual INFJ because they have a significantly different life from the, let's say, the INFPs that are commonly mistyped as an INFJ. If I, and I have done this before, I have described the life of what it's like to be an INFJ, and to these INFPs that wanted to be INFJs, they're like, "Whoa, no, I couldn't do that. That's not something that I could handle." Kind of behavior. And so I think in that regard. But generally speaking, it seemed to me that introverted intuitives, regardless of which of the four they are, they wouldn't want to be anyone else. So INFJs know no other way to live, but every other personality type that claims to be an INFJ, absolutely, they couldn't handle the life of an INFJ. Have you met a male and female of every type? It's possible that I have met them and I just didn't know about it. But in terms of after understanding MBTI, like I haven't met a female ENTJ as far as I know. Um, I have, I believe that I've met female IST or ESTPs, and I have absolutely met at least two female ISTPs. I have met a male ESFJ. I have met male ISFJs. As far as I know, I've met and very recently I had met both a female ENTP, the first one, as far as I know in my whole life, just the one, and then the male INFJ. That was interesting. Male INFJ and a female ENTP. So I think that I've met, in terms of actual confirmed typing, I haven't met. I even met a male ENFJ once, just the once. It was many. It was like 6 years ago or something. Uh, but I don't believe that I have met a female ENTJ yet, and I'm sure they're out there. I have no doubt. Ambition and cruelty knows no gender. So, have you met a type that was male and female and non-binary at the same time? Uh, I wouldn't know. I don't think I've met someone who has like pseudo hermaphroditism or uh, uh, mosaic, something genetic mosaic, something like that. It's where someone's born with both male and female cells, and then generally speaking, at birth they assign, they do their best to assign one or the other, and then that person has to go on like hormone treatments for most of their life. Have you noticed any big difference between male and female types, like female ENFJ versus a male ENFJ? Uh, yeah, so there's the fundamental differences. For example, a female has a period, and then the male doesn't. They both go through different hormone changes throughout the months or years. So there's that. But in terms of core cognitive processes, they're the same. They end up maybe having slightly different interests. But that's typical cultural differences, things like that. But as I said, in terms of core cognitive processes, they behave the same. They tend to act or react to situations in the same way. They tend to plan for things in the same kind of manner. So no, there is not, and I want to really emphasize that there's no such thing as a male and female of the same type acting completely different and preferencing different cognitive functions. If you're preferencing different cognitive functions, you are a different personality type. And I know that in the beginning, a lot of people would try to tell me that uh, that they're just so wildly different. I'm like, their interests could be different, absolutely. A lot of that depends on who we grow up around and how our childhoods were, etc. But in terms of the core cognitive processes, they remain the same, and you're going to see a lot of the same behavioral traits between the two. Um, what was the ENTP female like, as in contrast to you? I have been told by Lady V that she was more or less the female version of me. Although she's probably a little more tactful than I am, uh, maybe a little more forward thinking than I am, but for the most part, pretty similar. I also imagine she looks better in a skirt than I do. But no, for the most part, we're the same, and including a great deal of negatives. Same core cognitive thought processes, though. Um, let's see. Is it harder to understand a type who is more healthy and balanced in their functions? I what think that is more rare and harder to figure out fully. Is it harder to understand a type who is more healthy and balanced? I don't. I think that if you're new to MBTI, you're going to have an issue with it. You're going to interpret their, good disposition, like a more healthy disposition towards what we might consider to be an unhealthy one or a negative one. I have met. Uh, Recently, I typed another ISTP, and This man was incredibly well adjusted. He grew up in a bad part of the country, the kinds of parts, the kinds of schools where they have metal detectors. And so he saw what was happening, didn't want to be there, and he got out. And now he's doing fantastic. He's starting up a company. Everything's going fantastic for him. On the other hand, I have known a number of ISTPs who grew up in other places that were pretty bad, and they ended up not going that route. I have one friend that I've known for the past like 10 years or so, and he ended up going through extreme depression as an ISTP, and there was a lot of physical aggression, a lot of believing that he wasn't where he should be in life, and it spun him into a very bad place. Also, on top of that, he started losing all of his hair and then getting a beer belly, and which for him might have been particularly devastating because all throughout his high school life and early 20s he had just the longest hair, blonde hair, wavy, and of course he was a little bit taller than me. He's about 6'2", and he was relatively in shape, and then that just kind of went out the window. And so given where he grew up and how the people that he was around, it ended up he didn't go in that direction, is my point. It did not end well for him, but the core cognitive processes are still the same. But most certainly the ISTP I had recently met, incredibly well adjusted. I was curious if they modify any of their traits based on their gender. Uh, like, so we're talking about superficial differences, obviously, with male and female, but an ENFJ male, for example, wants to be strong, wants to be fit, wants to be as physically appealing to other people as they can be. Just with the ENFJ, they want the same, except they're not going to be getting a whole bunch of, big old muscles. They're going to be tight, toned, and trying to wear, some form-fitting clothes to show that off. So the differences between the genders they're going to be more superficial than anything else. It seems to really be helpful. So we live, as I've said many times, we live in a very physical world, and so whether you have a preference for the physical or not, you still live here, and you still have to deal with it in whatever ways that you believe is appropriate. And so, but having a preference for extroverted sensing, though, seems to more often than not be helpful. And so having extroverted sensing in an advantaged position, or the third position, I call it advantaged, uh, gives you that little bit of a focus on working on your personal health, physical health and well-being. So ENTJs enjoy being, for example, they enjoy being physically imposing on people. They found that the more physically imposing you are, the more likely people are to be compliant with what you want, especially when it comes to men. Men live in a more physically threatening space in civilization. So if you say the wrong thing, if two men are near each other and one man says the wrong thing to another, there is that threat of physical violence involved. And that's a normal everyday thing for them. So when it comes to ENTJs, they want to be physically imposing, and so they want to deter anyone from wanting to get too uppity, get a little too lippy, and that seems to help a lot. And then, of course, if you're looking good and you're big and strong looking, then also you can get more commonly women will also be more likely to follow along and do as you ask because they're attracted to you. What is the best way for an INFP to maintain working out? Well, I think for most things in life, if you have a passion for it, for something, you tend to be more focused on it. So if you want to become an actress, then the absolute lowest bar is that you've got to look good. So if you had a strong passion for becoming an actress, you're going to need to exercise. You're going to need to be on a bit of a diet. You're going to have to accentuate parts of your body for the viewing of other people. So If you're super passionate about that, then you're probably going to end up working out, as an example. But you've got to find a very strong personal reason to do that as an INFP, because most of the time you're going to get drug into wondering how other people feel about you. You're going to be wondering about how you would feel in certain scenarios and situations, and then you're going to have those moments where you're just reliving times in your life, uh, pondering whether or not you made the right decision, or what would your life have been like if you had said yes instead of no. And that's where INFPs tend to get tripped up in those kinds of thoughts. And so you have to find something that you're passionate in that's going to involve you needing to exercise. So, good luck with that. Do you think there is an increase in introverted feeling users? If so, why do you think that is? Now, she asks the tough questions. I have my beliefs on why introverted feeling might be on the rise, but it's I mean, you could say all kinds of things. You could say there's maybe a little, not to throw shade at anyone, but there might be a little more estrogen in society these days and lower on testosterone, uh, causing more of these emotional responses to things. Typically, I've found that people that have a strong preference for introverted feeling tend to make more babies, and that is, I think that's the safest way to put that, is that introverted feeling preferenced people tend to make a lot of babies, and so you're going to have more often than not, you're going to have more introverted feeling that comes out of that genetic makeup. And I hope it does help, Cookie Dough, because that also requires to have that kind of a drive and focus to follow that idea, to follow that dream that's good for you. That takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time, a lot of drive, and it's difficult for us mere mortals to comprehend, whereas the introverted intuitives do it naturally. It's something that they just love to do. So my extroverted sensing doesn't allow me to get fat. Well, that's fantastic news. Um, that being said, I have met a number of overweight ISFPs and ESFPs in my life, so um, it's good to have that mindset. So, are there certain types that may struggle to get along with each other? I think any types can get along, but wonder it could be more difficult based on their types. Yeah, so certain functions are so far removed from the other that typically when you meet people like this, you're either going to find yourself to be bored or you're going to find yourself getting into arguments with them. The big one that I've had personally was being around people who have a stronger preference for extroverted thinking. Uh, that that is not something that I have always gotten a lot. Now, granted, I grew up in a household where 6 of the 7 people were preferenced extroverted thinkers. Not exactly super preferenced or anything. Point is that they all had a preference for extroverted thinking on some level, and so that was that might have been more of a challenge for me. I got used to it, uh, learning that that's the language that most people speak. Most people speak the language, at least in there, like in Central California, most people tend to speak the language of extroverted thinking. That's so if you can adapt to that, then you can have a much better time. But it doesn't mean that you're going to always want to be having conversation with them. You're not going to be as interested about more complex topics. Unless, of course, they've read a book on that complex topic, and then they'll be able to tell you what they learned out of a book. And then, of course, introverted intuition is about getting that idea and then running with it, whereas extroverted intuition doesn't care to actually put effort into a lot of these ideas. They enjoy the idea process, but then once that's done, they move on to something else. And tend to not put it into gear in any kind of a practical manner. So, and that was my biggest problem with starting a YouTube channel, was that I had the idea for it. I knew how I was, I had these ideas of how I was going to do it and how I would portray myself and what kind of a theme I was going for, which was irreverent for the most part. But actually implementing it and getting it done, that required a great deal of introverted intuition. And thankfully, I've managed to find people to help me in getting it done. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't get done. I have difficulty getting along with people that preference introverted sensing. Well, not all of us enjoy just following the dogma of a particular culture that we grew up in. Uh, some of us actively rebel against it. Some of us just have a strong distaste for it. And then some of us claim we don't, and then end up doing things that their parents did. So, is there a way to persuade an extroverted thinking user to see or use your logic without appealing to authority or showing them an article? It's oftentimes very difficult when trying to dissuade a extroverted thinker from believing what it is that they've learned. They believe that they have found the best accredited information on the subject, assuming they have something to say about it. So that's difficult to do. What I have been able to do is provide them with like real life examples. So if you're talking to an extroverted thinker that says something like, "Oh, MBTI is just nonsense," and this is, it's just astrology for psychology, et cetera, et cetera. So, but if you're talking to an extroverted thinker and you say, "Look, if you provide a real life example, I know," you could say, I know this person's personality type. And as soon as we go over there to talk about, to talk about, or to talk to them, they're immediately going to start running their mouth about random crap that we didn't even ask about. And then so you find, let's say, an ESFP. And you go, "Yep, I can tell because they said this and they were doing that, and this is how they're dressed, and this is you can see that nervous energy about them." And so they have a strong preference for extroverted sensing. So whatever we go over there to talk about, not only are they going to talk until you can't stand it anymore, they will just be talking about more or less superficial related things. They'll be talking about, the kinds of jewelry they got, or they'll be talking about the new dress that they purchased and how it looked good on them, or how they went to the club, and everyone was giving them all the attention. And so you could go over there, and then as soon as that happens, you have now provided evidence that it's not just nonsense, as an example. But a point being that you need to provide some real life examples of whatever you're saying that works. Otherwise, they're not going to buy it. In regards to Bob's question, as an ESFP, my extroverted sensing always keeps me in reality, and with my introverted feeling, I'm very capable of emphasizing saints. Most people are sensors. I get along or can understand most people. Yes, depending on where you live in the country, I have found that certain parts of the world have a larger preponderance of certain personalities. And so you'll find more in the way of extroverted sensors I have found in larger cities. For example, more larger, higher population cities. As an example, I have noticed that a lot lately, and the introverted sensing people tend to live in smaller towns. They would prefer to live in smaller towns, usually places where they grew up. I have talked to a number of introverted sensors that were well into their 40s and said, I have never left my hometown. Now that's not to say that other personalities can't just stay in the same town they grew up in, but it's significantly less likely that happens. Introverted sensors they want to remain in familiar territory. Understandably, if you are aware of it, you know how it works. Greater chance of survival, greater chance to succeed. So I probably shouldn't have taken NyQuil during a stream, but stay awake. And on that topic, as I was saying before, we have some data that was provided to us by the MBTI peoples, and they it on my experience using it, it had been accurate. You're able to, for the most part, follow the frequency charts, and so it's so yes, mostly half the country is some kind of preference introverted sensing preference person. That was nonsense. And then you've got extroverted sensing after that, then extroverted intuition after that. Now, specifically about extroverted intuition, it's mostly extroverted intuition and introverted feeling. I'm trying to remember the last time I looked at it. Like ENFPs made up some kind of MBTI something percentage. Nope, not that either. Anyways, I think it was INFPs and ENFPs make up the largest block of extroverted intuitives. Let's see. Percentage, nope. MBTI, nope. I never name things in my folders, not well enough anyway. Population percentage, nope. Anyway, if someone can find it, then you'll know what I'm talking about. There's the MBTI class costs. And yeah, they still want like $3,000 to go to their, just to do an online workshop thing. And I was like, yeesh. That is pricey. Now, if the people at the MBTI organization want to give me some free lessons, I would love to hear what they had to say. Yeah, so we've got ISTJ at 11.6%, ISFJ 13.8%, and whereas ESFJ at 12.3%, and ESTJ at 8.7%. And so add those all up and you get near 50%. Near 50% introverted sensing. And the thing is that you need your civilization to be that way, otherwise it tends to break down. If you don't have people doing the same things over and over again and not really questioning it, if you have everyone around trying to question how societies run and they should try new things all the time, not all of your ideas are going to be winners. And all it takes is one bad decision to destroy an entire country, which is currently what we're seeing here in the United States. So you need introverted sensors to maintain order in your country. You can't, your life can't be all chaos all the time. As more fun as that would be for me, I understand that there is an inevitable outcome to that kind of lifestyle. It took me a while to figure out, but I got that. As for, yes, ENFPs make up 8.1% and INFPs 4.4%. With contrast with INTPs being 3.3, ENTP being 3.2. So you're looking at 5.5% versus upwards of 12%. So for the most part, yes. You've got introverted sensing, and then you go down to extroverted sensing, and then extroverted intuition, and then finally introverted intuition. Let's see here. One of these days I'd like to do a meme look through. I can't do that on live stream. There's too many inappropriate memes there, but let's see. Who's got another question about MBTI related things? And remember, today's topic was MBTI personality types and certain kinds of jobs. So estrogen might be the reason for more introverted feeling users. Would there be more extroverted thinking users if there was more testosterone? Why is introverted feeling more estrogen-like, and why is extroverted thinking more testosterone? Well, I never said that extroverted thinking was more testosterone-like, but men, I think Jordan Peterson might have said it best. Men are more interested in things, whereas women are more interested in people. And so it seems that higher levels of testosterone causes, I mean, it causes a great many things, but one of those things, it seems that people with higher levels of testosterone want to think in a more logical manner, whereas people higher up on estrogen want to kind of go with their gut and their instincts, follow their intuition. And I mean that colloquially, not MBTI intuition. I just mean on a colloquial level, to follow their feelings or gut instinct. But having, for example, emotional instability, that's typically associated with higher levels of estrogen. Mood swings, for example. And if you've got a man who is not in control of his emotions, that's that's a potentially a very dangerous man, because it's a man tends to have more violent reactions to things. So a man that's not in control of his emotions is dangerous, and not in the oftentimes considered attractive manner. That's something else. Let's see here. My goodness, I have so many games, all of so many different genres. I even downloaded a racing game at one point. I think I have it on like the Windows Store or something I could download at some point. I'm a big fan of Warhammer though. Let's see. What game should I be playing? What I've got Baldur's Gate 3 freshly installed, and Elden Ring, Empyrean, King of Seas, Monster Hunter Rise, Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition, and Tabletop Simulator, but that's neither here nor there. Vampire the Masquerade and Dark Tide, all installed. I tend to feel on edge around very emotional men, as you should. Imagine a man that's not in control of his emotions, and then he decides to get super, ragey, and then, gets super angry, and then decides to, find a sharp object somewhere and maybe start swinging it around. That's dangerous. So you've got, let's say it's a relative, like a, larger than average man that's not in control of his emotions. So let's say he's like, like 6'1", 6'2", 210 pounds, and he starts getting very upset. It's, that's dangerous. Do I like spring rolls? I don't really have a problem with spring rolls. Most of the rolls, actually, egg rolls, spring rolls. Uh, I don't. I tend to like chicken spring rolls, if that's even a thing. Rolls with chicken in it. I like that. Let's get some light back on. My goodness. And I can't play Vampire the Masquerade anymore. The stream that I did it on, there was a copyright claim from one of the songs that were playing in one of the bars. So can't play Vampire the Masquerade, unfortunately. Elden Ring, it's been a bit. Baldur's Gate 3, I'm hoping to get multiple people from the Discord to maybe do some kind of a group adventure, and then I can like clip out the funny moments and put that into a video. Why'd you ask about spring rolls? Cookie dough, are you gonna make me some and then send them all the way here? Because I'll eat them. I had a couple of MBTI, vaguely MBTI enthusiast people. I had one send me a pumpkin bread loaf, and I ate that whole thing like same day. It was very, very good. And then I had Moon Globes send me some jam that she made out of was it apricots or peach or something? So that was nice. But yes, if you want to send me spring rolls and you can figure out a way to not have them be super stale and soggy by the time they got to me, then yeah. What is introverted feeling? So I would like to bring up the. Now I have my own. Like I said, I teach practical MBTI. So mostly what I talk about is how it manifests in real life. Typically, that's uh, on a more definition wise thing. Morals, values, ethics, seeking congruency of morals and values with your actions and decisions, kind of a thing. And of course, that stems from personal feelings. Let's see, but here in the actual the eight dominant processes cognitive function definition from the MBTI website, which is by the way is myersbriggs.org. I always recommend that people start their journey in MBTI there. If you want your own personal understanding of MBTI and you want to see if what you come up with is what I have come up with, then I'd urge you to go to the website and find the list of cognitive functions. Also, you can go to my Discord where I have it pinned in the general chat to see the 8 cognitive functions. So here it says introverted feeling seeks harmony of action and thoughts with personal values, may not always articulate those values, empathetic, sensitive, and idealistic, keyword valuing. And for most people, that's a straightforward enough definition to notice when someone's using it. So ENTPs are spring rolls. Oh, great. Do you think there used to be more extroverted thinking, extroverted feeling users, and there has been an increase in introverted thinking and introverted feeling users? I haven't seen an increase in introverted thinking users in real life, but I have seen a lot more introverted feeling and a lot more extroverted thinking. And to their credit, when it comes to extroverted thinking, it's a much more generally speaking, it's a more efficient way of getting through life. You get the information, you find the widely accredited source, you believe what other people are going to want to, that also believe is true. And 9 times out of 10, that's probably going to work for you. And so if you can just get the information super quick and then move on to the next thing, most of the time it goes well for you. So how long does a package from Europe to your place take? It's probably going to take some time, probably a number of days, I'd imagine, to get here. Extroverted feeling plus extroverted thinking is feet. Sure, why not? Feet. Are you suggesting that we go back to doing like feet related videos? I can do that. Let's see. I've seen an increase in extroverted thinking users. It seems introverted feeling and extroverted thinking, that's seemingly where the country's headed. We are headed in a direction where it's going to preference a lot more extroverted thinking, a lot more introverted feeling. Which is what, and which in my belief is that that is what the shadowy overlords want. So, not looking great. A guy at work did the 16P test and came out with ENFJ, though he seems to act like an ESFP. I didn't want to burst his little bubble, though. Those tests are just... They seem so bad on their own. Like you're trusting this human being to give an unbiased, but an unbiased account of their aggregate behavior over the course of their life. How many people have you known would be able to accurately describe themselves? Like the answer is virtually no one accurately describes themselves. That's what I found in my whole life, not just when I started MBTI, but my whole life. ESFPs I have found to be the one type that does most of the mistyping. And then they don't always type as like INFJ or something, but the ESFPs tend to type themselves as virtually anything other than ESFP. So If it were up to the population at large to determine their personality type, we would have 0 ESFPs, we'd have virtually 0 ISTJs, uh, which would make the system kind of silly. I don't stand with the shadowy overlords. Why do they want to make more of me? They have their reasons. Maybe we can talk about it later. People mark on the test what they wish they were and not what they really are. That happens a lot, yes. Are introverted feeling users easily controlled or manipulated? Well, you'd have to define the word easily. I think every person has their own specific weaknesses, certain vulnerabilities to be manipulated through. So, for example, if I were to go to an INFP and say, hey, you're going to stop everything you're doing right now and go work on the thing I want you to work on. Most INFPs are going to be like, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm doing my stuff. I have other things to think about and other things to do. However, if I were to come to an INFP and say, please help, there's someone trapped under this debris and I need your help to move all this debris so we can get to that person under there. INFP, like 9 times out of 10, is going to rush over there to help because there's someone potentially trapped under something. And in reality, all you did was get them to move this crap from point A to point B. Or, so that you could get them to do stuff. So is it easy to manipulate someone? I think it can always be easy to manipulate someone so long as you know what those weaknesses are. And as much as I would like to think I'm immune to things like propaganda, I don't believe that I am completely immune to propaganda. I believe that there is always going to be something that is going to trigger these certain functions that I have that's going to make me believe something could probably be true. I don't know what that is, but I'm certain that something could be done. Also, if there's a pretty girl involved, that can sometimes get me. Or certainly when I was younger. So, like I said, I don't think it's just blanket generally easy to manipulate anyone. You need to figure out what it is, find out what they're afraid of, find out what they're worried about, find out what makes them feel good, go along with that. And then, yes, people could be easily manipulated, potentially. So that can be tough when it comes to certain personality types. Food. If someone wanted me to help them move their couch from, the delivery van to inside their house, and they said, hey, I'll give you like $10, $20 to go do that, I'd probably be like, I don't really need the $10 or $20, and I would rather be doing something else. So, not this time. But if they said to me, hey, help me move this couch, and I'm going to buy you a case of beer. Sure. I'll be right there. You have a case of beer, and then after you move the couch, you sit down, have a conversation with your friend, then you leave. With the beer, of course. Let's see. If you're saying that introverted feeling users might be less intelligent and that's why they want to create more, I don't see myself as stupid. No, I don't. I'm not saying that introverted feeling users are inherently less intelligent than other types. I have met ISTPs that trust their own logic and their own logic is bad. I have absolutely seen that as an example. Not very many, but I have seen it. So no, I don't think that introverted feeling users are inherently less intelligent. We all have varying levels of intelligence. And so, but I would say that introverted feeling users can be manipulated in specific ways to get the results that you want from them. I have known many great introverted feeling users who were manipulated into intimate relationships with others without guarantees that they would even stick around. And it's because introverted feelers have specific heartstrings that you can tug on more often than not to get your way. Not all of them, though. Some of them grow up in particularly harsh environments, and they try to steel themselves. And so, just because they might have an emotional response to something, they do their best to reel it back in. And of course, that usually comes from years of experience. So, I was just saying, when it comes to manipulation, we all have our own specific vulnerabilities, and to maybe maybe find out what those vulnerabilities are and then try to safeguard yourself from being taken advantage of. When I was younger, the idea of possibly getting into an argument with someone about a particular subject that would entice me into losing my cool and then going on a tangent about why this person's wrong. Point A, point B, point C. This is all wrong. This is incorrect. Um, and I could have, when I was younger, be very easily manipulated into getting into an argument with someone. Are ESTPs more talkative than ENTP, or would it be the same? I would think their dominant function might influence that. I have known a great number of ESTPs to be talkative, typically when they're younger. They develop a little bit more. The extroverted feeling gets a little bit of a boost, and they start realizing that maybe they don't need to be talking as much, kind of a thing. So that absolutely happens. However, I do know we have an ESTP in the Discord named Gears, and he loves to talk. Now, usually what he's saying is funny or vaguely interesting, but it's something that he can get your attention with his tone of voice and the way that he speaks, and you can pay attention to what he's saying and understand it, of course, without being drawn into the something particularly boorish. So, but he does absolutely talk a lot. However, another example would be my ESTP cousin. He did talk a lot when he was younger, but now he's in his 30s. And although he still loves to have a conversation, he still loves to talk, he is more willing to have a conversation than he is to just keep talking. So, different strokes for different folks, as they say. And then, of course, if you want to talk to me about things like politics, conspiracy theories, the supernatural, quantum mechanics, black holes. Love talking about black holes. I think they're fascinating. Talk to me about any magic. I want magic to be real so bad. You know how fun that would be. So you want to talk to me about things like that, and I could probably talk your ear off, especially on the conspiracy theory part. But when it comes to real life, everyday things, talk to me about your time at the DMV. Tell me about how your kids did really well at the soccer game. Tell me about, the kinds of makeups you prefer to use or what colors match best with these shoes. You lost me. I'm gone. I'm already out there. I'm gone. Uh, As an ESFP, I am not always able to articulate completely what I know. I am normally able to express it through action. That makes sense. You would prefer to. Introverted feeling isn't about articulation of thought. It's, as we read, it's that congruency between action and of course, decisions and your personal values, morals, ethics. Uh, Introverted thinking detaches itself from that and focuses purely on the process, the logic behind it. That's what it cares about. Introverted feeling, it's looking for action and how I feel about it. If it works, if they're compatible, go forward. Uh, why are ESTPs, ENTPs, ESFPs, and ENFPs thought of as the four horsemen of the apocalypse? Because someone needed meme material and then brought that up. Although that being said, there was an ENTP that most people know of. His name was Socrates, and he was teaching things that the government didn't enjoy, and so eventually charged with corrupting the youth. He was sentenced to death by essentially hemlock tea, and that must have been That must have been unpleasant, I would think. Literally looking at a cup of death. And not just any death, a miserable death. So, but mind you, he was older and he was probably like, yeah, it's time to go. And then just took a shot. And Cookie Dough tells me that magic is in fact real. Cookie Dough, if magic is real where you live, I will be on the next flight out that way. Let's see. On black holes, there recently was a black hole that spit out parts of a star. Yes, I remember reading about that. If even light can't escape a black hole, how were particles able to be spit out? I remember they were confused by that, and they were thinking that, if I'm remembering it correctly, it's been a bit since I read it, but it was something like the black hole went through like life stages, and that at some stage, it some super fun sciencey stuff happened, and it was able to sling things out at somehow higher speeds than it was able to pull in. That was able to overcome the gravitational forces. But they specifically mentioned some kind of life cycle in the black hole stage. It was some part of it was changing, and then it somehow got to shoot things back out, which is fascinating. It was fascinating as soon as someone told me that black holes defy what we understand of reality. And the idea that once you get into a place in which gravity is infinitely strong, the laws of physics and what we understand as reality no longer apply anymore. The place gets weird, and that's what I enjoy the weird, the anomalous. Those are the things that I have a strong interest in, and so the black hole had an allergic reaction to the star. Why not? Something that maybe we would interpret as an allergic reaction. Bye bye, Joseph. And so it was in my mind what I believe, what I'd like to believe that a black hole is a tear in the fabric of reality. That is how I view black holes. It's something that probably it wouldn't exist in any kind of normal fashion. And it's actually poking holes in what we consider to be reality. So if that's true, what's on the other side? That's what I want to know. Now, of course, we don't have anywhere near the technology capable of venturing into a black hole. But yes, the good old Hawking radiation that I guess if I'm remembering it correctly, it kills black holes or something. It causes somehow damage to the black hole. It prevents it from growing for something like that. I think anyway. I could be completely mistaken. But what if at a stage in the black hole's life that somehow the gravity was less than what it normally is, and then at that point it could somehow jettison particles from the star that it was eating? Maybe. I have no idea. And I always thought it was fascinating too that black holes eventually that they do in fact have a life cycle, and that they eventually peter out at some point. And I'm wondering what that looks like to actually see a black hole finally just lose it. Like, is there a certain point in which it loses enough gravity that it just kind of like almost pops, or it just vanishes completely like in an instant? Uh, or because obviously you need a certain amount of mass to even begin forming the black hole, and so I'm wondering how that would look when it ends, or does it end in like a giant explosion or something? What if, yes, Cookie Dough God is great. What if eventually the black hole gets big enough from swallowing so much stuff that it implodes and creates a new Big Bang or something like that? Now, the idea of it imploding seems absolutely spectacular. That would be something. But I mean, at like it keeps sucking in the nothing, right? So like like you look at this black hole, and then somehow the gravity is so much stronger at the at the singularity than what's around it, like at the what do you call it? Not the accretion disk, the at whatever the event horizon is. Like there's so much of a difference between the singularity and like the event horizon itself that it somehow pulls in more nothing, and then it maybe explodes. That would be something to watch, and then you'd probably cease to exist after that. Um, let's see. Has anyone ever volunteered to get inside of a black hole? Is it not even possible to reach it? Currently, with our technology, we are so far away from a black hole that we can't get there. So at the moment, can't get there. However, what if you could somehow create a machine that increases the gravity without killing everyone, mind you, increases the gravity, like let's say around the ship, and you were able to essentially slow time for everyone inside of the ship? You could potentially fast forward to that direction and make it to a black hole. Now, granted, it would be thousands upon thousands, and I do not know the math on that at all. But it would take a very, very long time, so much so that the Earth itself would most likely cease to look as it does now. It would be that far ahead in the future by the time you got there, and it would only be so that you could throw a man inside the black hole, which which would be interesting because as you get closer to the point of gravity, time around you would slow down. And so if you were actually able to witness what was happening outside of the black hole, if you could see it, it would kind of look something like fast forwarding on a DVD for all you youngins, or fast forwarding on something. And you would actually get to watch the end of the universe on your way there to the singularity. If you could somehow see what was going on the outside, because obviously once you've gotten that close to that kind of gravity, everything's going to look quite a bit different. So, uh, and it would literally take forever for the person to fall into the black hole. So it's it is black holes are just lovely places where what we understand of reality just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't exist. And that is, of course, that's amazing, right? Am I the only one that thinks that's amazing? Or is there someone else out there? Yeah, space is great. There's so many cool looking things out there in space. The issue I have with space is that it's kind of like being in a submarine. It kind of, so let's say you're so many hundreds of feet below. If something goes wrong, does anyone remember the Titan recently? That was like earlier this year. Uh, I think it was called the Titan, and it cracked, and then it essentially popped. Space, I get it's in terms of danger, it's kind of similar in that if something minute happens, it can cause this catastrophic failure of the entire vessel. And then there is no like you're in a car and you're doing 30 miles an hour or whatever, even if you're going faster than that. If something happens, the car loses control, there's always a chance, as small a chance as it is, that you won't just die if you were to, let's say, roll out of the car. You broken bones, most certainly, contusions all over the place, lacerations. You would experience a great deal of bodily harm, and in many cases it does end in a fatality. However, there's always that chance that you could at least survive the encounter with a great deal of medical bills that follow. In space, you're just screwed. If you lose oxygen in the ship, you're screwed. If a piece of the hull gets ripped apart, you could very easily be screwed. If there's some very core systems in the vessel that need to be working, and if it doesn't work for some reason, you don't make it. So so space, like, it would be, I would probably do it if someone said, hey, we're going to go into space. It's perfectly safe. They'll do all the reassurances, because obviously we have people that go out in space pretty regularly. So I would probably do it. but it would be like how it is for me when I'm on a plane. So I don't enjoy plane rides, and I do try to work up the courage to look out the window. But I keep wondering to myself, well, yeah, if literally anything goes wrong at 37,000 feet, I'm screwed. That's going to be the end. It's going to be terrifying. We're going to be traveling, straight down into the ground. It's game over. And I would have a lot of the same thoughts when in a spacecraft. So I still want to know what exactly went wrong. The porthole, was it erosion around the bolts holding it together? Uh, I am not certain as to why. I always assumed that the carbon fiber hull experienced some kind of catastrophic failure, and then once the crack started, it was only a matter of minutes until the whole thing just kind of shattered. So my guess is that they probably heard a warning somewhere on one of the computer systems warned that there was a crack in the hull. They probably did their best to immediately dump the ballast and then try to float up to the top, but they, like I said, they probably would have had a few minutes at best to get up there before the thing popped, and that did not happen. So yes, living blissfully is an option, and well, got to watch out for them black pills. Remember, ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the more likely you are to have a mentally stable existence, seemingly. But the more you think, the more you spend time delving the deeper mysteries of life, you will eventually learn things that you cannot unlearn. So keep that in mind. What's it like to stop existing without your brain even realizing that it's happening? Good question. Suppose one of us can try getting hit by a vehicle and see if it causes enough brain damage to have that happen. Let's see here. I need to get a game going so I don't fall asleep. Do you think that there is a purple hole somewhere, or a pink one, or a blue one? As interesting as that sounds, the I mean, we would have to colloquially refer to it as some kind of a color of a black hole, because the black hole itself pulls in light. So all you really see is, you know, nothing, just perpetual darkness. Although I remember watching something on like Nova or whatever, that they're actually, like, on the inside, it's theorized that there is some manner of light at the center of a black hole where it's pulled in all the photons. But for the most part, a black hole is in fact just a hole in space. Now, granted, we wouldn't normally see the hole unless it's eating something. That's the important part, where you see that, how you see that disc shape thing, the accretion disc, and it's sucking stuff in, and so that's how we know that there's a hole there. Is if you were to visualize it anyway, that's how you would see the hole, is that there's a bunch of stuff around it, except for this one spherical looking object that's completely black. Um, do you this but on the subject of different colored holes, it is, they of course speculate that if there's a black hole here, then maybe if this in fact goes to another, another plane of reality, for example, then on the other side there would be a white hole. Now, I also I considered the possibility that if that's true, then what if these black holes might all end up going to the same place, and so you would have just a universe that looks near completely different from ours, and you would just have a bunch of white holes just vomiting material into it. Let's see. Like dying, so no, no, not that question. I imagine the space like we are into a cell system of a body as big as a sum of many galaxies. In other words, exploring the space or exploring inside the cells should be similar experience. Should be a similar experience. I'm not sure I read that sentence correctly, but I do enjoy the idea of exploring space and seeing all the wonders that there could be out there. It's a fun idea. I just would want it to be in a very safe, very fast space vessel. like dying so quickly your brain doesn't even register it. LOL, that's insane. Yeah, the brain sends electrical signals that move pretty quickly, so that would be interesting to somehow have you dying faster than the brain can pick up on that. In which case you probably wouldn't even notice the death. It would just be an instantaneous thing. Uh, what if there are creatures on the other side like the warp? I love the warp. Warp. She's referring to the warp from the Warhammer 40,000 universe. And what if there are creatures like that on the other side of the warp? Then we would just have to hope that those creatures never come into our reality, because that would be bad. Uh, just read some Warhammer 40,000 and you'll know why. Why did you take NyQuil? Are you sick again? Yes. Cookie Dough mentioned that my voice sounded a little bit deeper, and I was experiencing some manner of congestion somewhere in the sinuses, so I figured I'd take a little bit of NyQuil, might ease things up, but now it's mostly just making me sleepy a little bit. So we downloaded Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm saving that for another time. Let's see. Can INTPs be kind of stubborn and one-track minded with their introverted thinking like ISTPs can? I have seen it. I have an INTP friend that I've known for the past 20 years. We don't. Yeah, he has his understandings of certain things, what he believes is going to come to pass, like his predictions, and then I have my own, and then we, cross-reference them. We talk about them and try to poke holes in the logic of the other one. That does happen, but in terms of being hyper stubborn, I haven't seen an INTP be hyper stubborn to where they just la 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 la, I don't want to listen, la la. Like, no, I haven't had that happen. Because anything's possible, and that's what extroverted intuition is good for. So, wouldn't a white hole just be a reverse in time, reversed physics? Possibly. I mean, so the idea, I mean, would a white hole have the same concentration of gravity as a black hole? I don't know. Would INTPs consider other possibilities or perspectives than an ENTP? Yeah, I think that's a lot of people in general. Other people have different perspectives on reality. So, but when it comes to considering other possibilities, no, I don't think I've had an INTP just completely disregard a possibility. Like they'll think about it for a moment, and then they might poke holes in why that's probably not possible. But for the most part, no, they don't just shut down something. So, let's see here. Anyways, Monster Hunter's getting kind of boring. I more or less finished Monster Hunter, unfortunately. It's I get into it once in a while and then shoot some stuff with the light bow gun, or I try to play with the charge blade a little bit more. I still enjoy the switch axe a great deal. It seems to be more the way in which I'd like to play the game, but for the most part, I'm done with it. So, waiting for Monster Hunter 2, Monster Hunter World 2 to come out. That's supposed to come out. They speculate it's coming out next year, so we're hoping for that. Play a little bit of Dark Tide, maybe. Let's see. But would they consider them less than an ENTP? I think that eventually the introverted thinking starts to override, and there might be too many logical inconsistencies in a possibility for them to want to consider it further. I would imagine that does happen on occasion, but usually about more mundane topics. So, yes, an INTP is going to eventually refer to both introverted thinking and the introverted sensing to give them an idea of whether or not something is correct. So they may end up pondering specific topics for lesser periods of time. They tend not to get bored as fast either. So that's a plus, right? thank you, Cookie Dough, for reminding me of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, so now I can turn on Darktide. Who's messaging me on the old Discord? Apparently no one. But would they consider them less than an ENTP? I believe that for ENTPs, although they can they can pick apart the plot in a storyline, for example, and point out where things don't make sense. I still believe that someone with a lead preference for extroverted intuition has at some point will master their suspension of disbelief. And so the possibilities for lead extroverted intuition, that they are in fact endless. There's always a possibility, even if it doesn't necessarily need to make logical sense. It just needs to continue.
Let the work begin. Strive for efficiency in all things, Von.
Make sure that's turned down. Okay. We're good, I think. Let's see. Can high extroverted feeling users be bitchy? LOL, especially if someone's causing a disruption. So they can, like, so when ISFJ, they're going to want to be more passive aggressive. They're going to express to you their displeasure with how you behaved. If you're, because that's what usually irritates an extroverted feeling users, when someone is egregiously going against social norms for keeping the peace. They want to go against that. Now, it's usually the ESFJs that will step up to tell someone that what they're doing is wrong. It's going to be wrong because not only are they disrupting the peace, but it's also going against the typical cultural values, the typical conventions that they use. And so that's usually the ones that have a problem with it, because you're going against their very first two functions just by virtue of behaving in a specific manner. So, and as for ENFJs and INFJs, they're going to take, I mean, first of all, getting one to really care that much is going to be difficult. They care more about their social circles, their families, their thing, their stuff, things that involve them. So if they see like a random person just kind of acting out, they'll be like, okay, well, that person's weird, but I'm going to keep going back to my, I'm going to keep working on whatever it is I was working on. Hopefully whatever they're doing isn't going to interfere with what I'm doing. But so that's like, a typical INFJ. An ENFJ might see it as a challenge and attempt to console whatever, whoever this person is, to get them to fall back in line. But if it seems out of control for them, they have to determine whether or not it's worth their time to fix that social situation, because if it's not, they have a lot of other introverted intuitive things to do. So they're not gonna always jump to the rescue. Have you met any ENFPs who think they're ENTPs? I've met a few. Yes, I have met a few. Whether or not they still think they're ENTPs, I couldn't tell you. The only ENFP who wanted to claim to be an ENTP was Lady V, and she supposedly did that to get my attention. So, and I don't think, as a matter of fact, she tells people she is absolutely not an ENTP. She has been around a few of them and seen how they behave, and it's like, no, that's not who I am. That's not what I do. So, she's aware. So I imagine some of those other ENFPs that I did talk to, yes, they're still trying to rationalize why they are in fact an ENTP, and that they sometimes they'll use rationalizations like, well, I had an emotional childhood, or I get emotional, yeah, sure, but lately I haven't been, that kind of a thing. It's like, well, we're talking about aggregate behavior over the course of your entire life, so. Some of them get it, some of them don't. Are INTPs going to come off as submissive or as pushovers? Oftentimes, yes. Oftentimes, you will find introverted or INTPs to care too much about the possibilities in what they might say to other people and how it could affect their life. And so, when they're very young, they typically want to be quiet, and they'll be respectful. And you know, so if you decide to give them the time of day, they know in most situations how to behave and things to say most of the time. But it's not going to be every time, especially as I said when they're young. That their extroverted feeling develops as they get older. So in the beginning, submissive. They're just happy to have friends. So they try not to push their luck too much. Someone got knocked down. Oof. Is no one going to go over there and save him? Okay. Rumbo got him. Great. Yeah. INTPs are, generally speaking, they're more submissive. They're more willing to go along with the plans of their friends. And as I said, in many cases, it's not because they got a strong sense of extroverted feeling. It's just that they're happy to have friends. They can be a handful for the average person to be around. Which types are the most submissive and which ones are the most dominant? So that's a bit of a wide net there. I would say that in terms of the submissive ones that I have met over 10 years, it would seem that yes, ISFPs and INFPs tend to be more submissive. Now, typically they're young. As they get older, though, I have known a number of ISFPs, once they reached the 30s, they started getting bitter and more opinionated and want to express those to other people they're comfortable with, understandably. But, and then as for INFPs, I would imagine, because I don't know too many older INFPs, that they might get a little more opinionated about things when they're around people they're comfortable with. So in terms of most submissive, yeah, you're going to go with ISFP, INFP. And then for the most dominant, that's still going to be ESTJ, ENTJ as most dominant. Most dominant. That's of course that's a whole matter of subjectivity. I'm not sure in what degrees would constitute being most or least dominant. Because although ISTPs enjoy being dominant, they enjoy being dominant in very specific ways. So, are they always going to be dominant all the time? No, it doesn't need to be their way or the highway all the time. Absolutely not. Yeah, ISTPs can be very flexible. It's just that when you get them on a specific topic, yes, they will be a little bit more aggressive, try to be a little bit more dominant in regards to the topic. So there's that, but they're not going to be my way or the highway kind of people, whereas ESTJs and ENTJs tend to be, this is the plan, this is what we're doing. This is the best thing for us. We're going to be doing it. And convincing them otherwise is a challenge, at the very least. So. Getting shot up. Let's see. Do you think there's a correlation between introverted feeling and struggles with their identity, specifically in the cases of INFPs? I've had a number of INFPs come to me and say, I don't really know who I am. I've thought of this and I wondered about that, and I don't think I know exactly who I am. And they wonder if they could be, especially in MBTI, they wonder if they could be other types. That's extroverted intuition, introverted feeling, getting them to causing the struggles here. So that does happen, but it's specifically with INFPs. That's not necessarily behavior you're going to see in introverted intuitives. They are usually very aware of who they believe they are, so they don't need help in that regard. And of course people with a preference for extroverted intuition can also have those identity crises in life. Extroverted sensors oftentimes, for most of their life, they're fairly sure of who they are due to having some level of preference for introverted intuition. But I have, recently I've had, let's say, ISTPs try to have a different or perhaps maybe a better understanding of who they are and why they do what they do. So I have been typing a fair number of ISTPs lately. Some ISFPs, not too many. But yeah, a lot of those personality types have a general understanding of who they are, and they don't need other people to tell them who they are. You don't know me, kind of thing. Although they don't obviously express it like that every time. Let's see. Is there a correlation between high introverted thinking and laziness? We have different definitions of lazy. So, for example, an ESTP who decides to have some unfolded clothes on their bed for like 12 hours. They're like, yeah, like my cousin, for example, like, yeah, I gotta stop being lazy. I gotta put these clothes away. I pulled them out of the dryer before I went to bed, and I just didn't put them away. Kind of a thing. And it'd be like, yeah, I gotta stop being lazy, and I gotta go do that. Now, that's his personal understanding of the word lazy, because obviously lazy is subjective. So that can be different. I have seen both ISTPs and ESTPs do things that they consider as lazy behavior, and for me, I laugh, or giggle. I'm like, oh wow, you forgot to fold your clothes before you went to bed. That's lazy for you, huh? And the fact that and for me, the fact that you even remembered to actually do it later and then did it, within a 24-hour period, means that you're not particularly lazy at all. Me, on the other hand, I pulled my clothes out of the dryer 3 days ago, and they are sitting in a very unneat, unorganized pile on my bed because I can't be bothered. So I'm doing other important things. I'm shooting heretics, and I'm slaying monsters. I'm going on adventures in Starfield, for example, lately. So is there a correlation? Only in that there could be a correlation if you had a more objective, finite understanding of the word lazy. Then you might see something of a correlation there, because yes, introverted thinking does cause you to spend more time pondering about the things that you think you know, about the world, reality, or your imaginary places, etc. Instead of dealing with what's going on in front of you. But thankfully for an ESTP, they are consistently aware that their reality is not to their liking, and so that bugs them, which usually causes them to deal with it. Which then would make you lazy? Now let's start with, do you think being lazy is... Oops, almost exploded. Do you think being lazy is what it is, or is it a lack of motivation? I think that if you were to try and define laziness, you would say lack of motivation. I think that fits a lot better than some other descriptions for the term lazy. Lack of motivation. And so in some moments, and of course we all have moments in our life where we have this lack of motivation to do things. So it's just that I would say that in the case of, let's say, ENTPs, those moments are far more frequent. And by far more, I mean it oftentimes screws with their life in terms of that level of laziness. It causes crippling issues in their lives. And those are, of course, persistent throughout their life. So which then would make you lazy? Just being unmotivated to do things. I've known ESFPs who are, in quote, lazy, and even then they get more stuff done in the physical realm than I do. But yeah, I've seen some that take time to not bother putting their clothes away, for example, or cleaning their bathroom, doing the dishes, stuff like that. So I've seen all of that. There's many reasons why we might be lazy, and for differing periods of time. So I don't think that there's necessarily personalities that most people wouldn't consider to be lazy, or certain functions. We've got introverted intuition. That's always that's the unlazy function, right? In most cases. Now there's been some situations where maybe the introverted intuitive is doing so much work elsewhere that they simply cannot get to other things in a in a reasonable amount of time. Now, granted, they always focus on things like making sure they have clean clothes, and of course they brush their teeth and make sure that their health is taken care of. But when it comes to things like getting the dishes done or worrying about other people as part of the household, yeah, that can very easily slip until, of course, they eventually get fed up with it, and then they fix the problem themselves, and then get irritated that they had to take time out of their life to handle the more mundane things, because they've got things to worry about. They've got their career to focus on, and the training and the homework and all that stuff. They just always believe their time could be better spent elsewhere. There's too many monsters here. No one bothered taking out this Ogren. No, because he's a teammate. So I would say that reality can make us lazy from time to time. But, laziness for like an ENTJ, for example, is that, they only did 50 push-ups that morning instead of 100 because they had somewhere to be. And they just needed that extra energy so that they could move on about their day. So, that's laziness for an ENTJ. As an example. Let's see. Yeah, I'm waiting to get fired from my job. Not doing my work because it's too routine and boring. And see, that's because we had to have that discussion the other day. We had someone who believed that they were an ENTP, and they explained to us that they really did not like their job, and they said it was the most boring thing, and it was just seemingly the worst thing ever. I don't want to get too graphic about it, but it got to the point of talking about physical harm, and I'm like, what ENTP would stick around in a job like that? Like, you will, for certain jobs, if you've been working there long enough that you can collect unemployment, just get fired, and then you can collect some checks, and then while you're maybe looking for another job, looking for another way to employ yourself. There's all kinds of things. You don't have to be there. They're not holding a gun to your head. Because here's the thing, ENTPs can't stand that kind of monotonous, routine, repetitive work. They cannot stand it. That's why there's a lot of ENTPs that I have known. They don't like to stay in a job for too long a period of time. And if they do stay in a job for a long period of time, it's because it's very easy. Or they can screw around a lot. They can make games out of it. They get a lot of people that they can talk to during the day, while the work is more or less brain-dead autopilot stuff. Like the ENTP that I met at the Xerox company. He had been working there for like 4 or 5 years, and I'm like, geez, how is it that you keep working? He's like, oh, dude, like, look at what we're doing right now. We're literally talking while the work is getting done. Like, I just spend the whole morning just BSing with everyone else, talking about what they saw at the bar last night, or talking about the kinds of music that he learned to play. He was a bass guitarist in a band. I mean, for a long time. So the point is that that job that I was at was pretty awesome for an ENTP job. I got to talk to people, and the work would get done. The work was more or less brain dead easy. A lot of it could be autopiloted. And you made a fair amount of money, and you weren't making a fortune, but that wasn't so bad. And of course, he still did his band stuff. He said last year he had like traveled to Germany to play in a concert and all those things. I was like, oh, that's super neat. He showed me pictures of him on stage and eating German food. Schnitzel, possibly. I don't know. Is that German? It sounds German. So, yeah, point is that ENTPs do not suffer monotonous routine jobs for particularly long. And so that more or less is why I have jumped from job to job. That you stay there long enough, collect some money. If you're lucky enough, you just get fired, collect some unemployment, and then screw around. I have done that before, so that is something they can do. It's typically in the younger ones. Obviously, there's a lot of stereotypes that say that ENTPs don't really start their life until they're 30. I've seen that meme more than once. So, Now, mind you, that ENTP at the Xerox was like 52, 53 years old. So, anyway, let's see. What are some dead giveaways that someone is ENFP over ENTP? I'm trying to type my brother. Okay, so what would be the thing that I look out for? So if you're having regular conversation, they tend to get they tell you about their personal feelings on things. They want to express their personal opinions, how they feel about certain things, just a normal conversation. Now, the ENFPs that I've known, they're mostly super calm, super chill. They don't really enjoy trying to articulate, certain, like logical thoughts here and there. That's just not their normal conversation. They would rather be talking about things that they feel are right or wrong. My father likes to talk about politics and how the government is essentially bad and screwing people over and, hurting families, things like that. But for the most part, he's calm about things, but he does express to me through the choice of topic and how he lets me know how he feels about certain things. He doesn't come out and say, I feel like the government's really, really bad. Like, that's not how conversations go. It's, yeah, the government did a really bad thing the other day. They raised taxes on these kinds of people, and that's hurting their families. And now, how are they going to, afford to feed people, or to feed the people in their lives? These are just normal people just trying to work and live, and it devolves into that kind of more emotional shtick. And so that's typically what ENFPs enjoy talking about is, how they feel about things. They bring up a topic and say, oh yeah, I really like this thing, I really love that thing, and it's introverted feeling related stuff. But it's usually about more abstract things that are not normal, convoluted things, or more conceptual things like politics. So, let's see. So far, I can screw around at my job, but I know someday the good luck will end. People will get sick of my shit. Yeah, just make sure that you stay pretty. That helps a lot when it comes to jobs. Just make sure that you're always pretty. You can get away with a lot of crap that way. So, good luck. The ENTP is going to say something is stupid. I don't... I used to say that a lot, yes, when I was much, much younger. I used to say, well, that's stupid, and this is stupid. And I still say things. I still say things in that same vein. I use the R word, which I don't think I'm allowed to say on YouTube anymore. There's people are kind of sensitive over the word, but I say that phrase a lot. And then I explain why that it is, silly or stupid or whatever. But yes, I do say that a lot. That is true. But I don't want people to just believe me when I say, oh, that's stupid. I want to explain why it is, and I hope that the people that are listening to me are actually interested in why I have determined why something is less than intelligent to do. But for the most part, nowadays, as I get older, I try to remember that other people have a different perception of reality. And it's not that they are stupid, but it's that they are not comprehending reality in the way that you are comprehending reality. And that is not something that many people can change about themselves. So. Always got stripping as a fallback. Yeah, that's what I tell myself. That's alright, if this YouTube stuff doesn't work out, I'll just strip. I'm stuck. Let's see. How can extroverted intuitive dominance succeed in business? Find friends, most certainly. Most obviously, no business is a one-man operation. Make sure you pick your people appropriately, people you get along with, and make sure that they are vaguely people that you can trust to accomplish tasks that you have given them. If you can pull that off, you can make anything work. But yes, businesses are a cooperative effort. So make sure that you supply the ideas, and you make sure other people can supply the labor. Pull that off, and you're golden. It's an exploding monster. Mm. And if you are a fan of Darktide, or not Darktide, Vermintide, then I would recommend you try Darktide. It's a little more shooty than Vermintide was, but if you like more futuristic settings, then I highly recommend this. It's a completely cooperative game, which I enjoy a great deal. Did you ever think you were another type? I had questioned, like I never just a thought that I was another type, but what I would do is think, okay, well, this other type may have these cognitive function preferences. Is it possible that I am one of these? And so then I would go through the list and think, okay, well, if I were this type, then I should also be acting this way, and if I was this type, then I wouldn't be behaving like I do now. Things like that. But for the most part, when I had read the ENTP description, it hit so close to home that I believed that it couldn't have possibly been a coincidence. Like, these people knew things about me that I don't talk to. I don't talk to other people about. And so, as someone who struggled with lack of focus in my entire life, as I said, it hit too close to home, and I needed to know more. So. That does. So no, the most that I've done is look at other personalities and say, okay, does this logically make sense within the framework of MBTI? Can I be these other types? And I haven't picked that up yet. Like, am I an introverted intuitive? No. I do not have introverted intuition first or second position. How about introverted sensing, for example? Like that might be one of the closer ones. Like, for example, ESFJs and ISFJs have the same cognitive functions as an ENTP, just in completely reverse order. And then, of course, the usual stuff. My memory isn't all that great. I'd like to think it's gotten better over time, but I would not. You can't trust me to maintain a schedule. Like, if you ask me to do something and it needs to be done in like 6 hours, like later, it's literally a coin flip as to whether or not I'm going to get it done. It's a coin. Even something simple like taking out the trash. That's bad. Being late to work is a very normal thing for me. I try not to. I always try to be on time, but anyways, moving on. I finally made it to live chat, and it's Darktide, no less. Yes, and that's it's good old Druid. It's been a while, buddy. Favorite RPGs. So I have a specific genre of RPG that I enjoy playing, and that's action RPGs. I think the very first one that I can remember playing, or at least the one that sticks out in my mind, it's probably not the first, but Dark Messiah of Might and Magic for me was like a brand new experience in gaming. So before that, you'd be like playing a lot of like Counter-Strike, for example, or you'd be playing Call of Duty with your family or things like that. So with Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, I got to pick skills or talents, feats, whatever. You got to pick the armor that you were wearing, the kinds of weapons that you were using, the overall play style of your character. The idea of, because turn-based combat gets a little repetitive after a while, tedious in many ways, and so I prefer actiony kinds of RPGs. So Kingdom Hearts, for example, the Witcher series, yes, as a matter of fact, the very first one that I ever played, now that I remember, I played it on my grandmother had a computer when I was like 12 or something, and it was a very bad computer, didn't have a graphics card into that, and I would try to play Elder Scrolls Morrowind on that, where every time you loaded into a zone, it would take the computer like 3 minutes straight to load up the next area. So yes, the Elder Scrolls games, the Fallout, Starfield, if assuming that I can either get a better computer or somehow find a mod that actually works that reduces the graphic requirements, so I can get something more than like 44 frames. So action RPGs. for sure. There's a lot of real-time exploration, and just exploring the world in a more immersive way. I appreciate action RPGs. So my favorite one of all time, uh, I think I would still have to go with Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I absolutely recommend that game. As a matter of fact, I made a games for ENTPs list some many months ago, and Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. That was the Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Right now, it's on sale, 75% off, $2.49. One of the best game experiences I've had my whole life. Try it out, Dark Messiah, Might and Magic. The story was great. The characters, well, there wasn't a whole lot of characters, but the main character, what he goes through, the companion character with him, just fantastic. You even get to make, a choice later on in it that affects the ending of the story. Totally recommend it for any ENTP out there. It was groundbreaking when it first came out. You could kick in first person, then you had the first person blocking and the parrying. It had these cool finisher moves. You had magic, stealth. You could do it in so many different ways. Super fun, absolutely. Totally do that. Let's see. Do you think high extroverted intuitive users struggle with insomnia more than other types typically? Not necessarily. I have known a number of introverted sensors that had insomnia. That when particularly bad things happen, or they are reminded of a particularly awful memory, they tend to stay up. I knew an ISTJ female that had the worst time trying to sleep. And you could always tell when it was going to happen, because something negative would have happened in her life that particular day if you were hanging around her, and then she would stay up and just think about what had happened over and over and over again. Now, granted, for extroverted intuitives, it does also seem that they have an issue keeping a sleep schedule. Uh, they like to stay up. The mind keeps you awake, and so if you're always rattling off ideas, possibilities about things that you've discovered or learned about that particular day, it can cause problems. If I'm too engrossed in a adventure in a video game, I will call in sick to work, most certainly, just so that I can keep going. So I think it happens more frequently in extroverted intuitive preference people, but of course it can happen to everyone, just that it more often than not happens to extroverted intuitives. What MBTI is Geralt? Geralt of Rivia is an ISTP. And it's even further accentuated by him going through the Trial of Grasses, which turned him into, actually turned him into a Witcher, and it even further lowered his emotional responses to things. So if it was already bad enough that ISTPs had introverted feeling in the last position, somehow it's even worse in the case of Geralt of Rivia. So he's even more emotionally detached. However, I thought Henry Cavill did a great portrayal in the the Witcher show in Netflix. Would watch. I will, and I haven't. Season 3's out, right? Or am I making that up? If season 3 is out, I have not seen it yet, but I thought he did a fantastic job, and that I would keep watching The Witcher until Geralt of Rivia, or until Henry Cavill leaves the show. But yes, Geralt of Rivia is a ISTP. So, other noticeable ISTPs: Riddick from the Pitch Black series of movies, and of course the movie called Riddick, or Chronicles of Riddick, or Dark Fury. I also believed that Daniel Craig's portrayal of James Bond was very ISTP as well. So there was that. I knew he would be an ISTP. All the cool action guys are. A lot of the times, yes, they are ISTP. A lot of the times, they are. They're not timid about things. They're very reactionary. They don't need to make plans when they're going in to do something. They just go in, get it done, uh, and just improvise, kind of a thing. Is Yennefer an INTJ? Uh, I'm trying to remember that character. That the Yennefer's portrayal in the Witcher TV series wasn't super duper memorable, but I would have to go back to that. I think she still tried to capture this more ENFJ kind of presence. The Yennefer in the video game did seem very ENFJ, not so much INTJ. Yennefer uses people, seduces people to get the things that she wants, uh, which is the trademark of ENFJ behavior. So there is that. Um, let's see. This may be a dumb question coming from Bob, but is the fourth function really a preferenced function, or is it really only the top three functions that are preferenced? Well, everyone's always going to have somewhat of a preference for something, and then those preferences become more exposed as we get older. But when I use preference in just a more general term, but when we think of a more colloquial term for preferencing things, we're talking about what we consciously prefer to do with our lives. Uh, so, but in terms of cognitive function preferences for the brain, uh, we have a stronger preference for utilizing those first three functions. Of course, we're going to have moments in our life where we have some understanding, some ability to use other functions. It seems, though, that so for example, for an extroverted, intuitive, preferenced person, their fifth function would be introverted intuition. Now, I can have ideas for my future, I can have goals and plans, etc., but I clearly do not show enough of a preference for it that gets me off my ass to get it done. That is not there. It's a very clear lack of a preference. So that's kind of iffy. It seems that depending on your life circumstances, depending on the situations that you get yourself into, you may end up not utilizing some functions more than others. And so that's, of course, for the in quote shadow functions, which someone's got to come up with a better name than shadow functions. I find that to be too cringy, too cliche of too edgy of terminology. Someone's got to come up with a better one. But realistically, the top three are what people know you for. So if you're an ISTJ, for example, we know you to be someone that sticks to their routines in life. They follow a general guideline that they have learned from growing up in their particular household or the society that they spent most of their time in. Followed by the extroverted thinking. So they're actively trying to accrue knowledge from widely accredited sources so that they can have this great knowledge base. And then followed with an understanding of something that separates them from other people, their own personal feelings on certain subjects, maybe their own kinds of ethics and values for how they, we all value different things for different, in different levels. So they'll have their own values that they believe is going to let them stand apart from other people, and that's generally how you know them. They're logical people. They follow the mundane, the normal life stuff, and then they have values. So that's generally how we would identify that ISTJ. They don't enjoy thinking outside the box too often. They are too unsure of the possibilities. They find them perhaps scary or intimidating to want to ponder, and so they just kind of stick with what works. Now I'm wondering now I'm wondering how many action hero men that are actually interesting aren't ISTP. Can you think of any? So I was recently had a small heated discussion about whether what personality type John Wick was. Now it's clear to me that John Wick is an INTJ. John Wick is we don't. So for example, what would we expect for an ISTP stereotypical ISTP character? He improvises a lot of the time. He uh, he wants to he goes into a situation and just believes that he's going to handle it. He doesn't need to, let's say, throw on a suit. He doesn't need to get himself ready. He doesn't need all of these preparational procedures. He goes in and gets it done. So you're thinking of characters like John McClane, Riddick, uh, Geralt of Rivia, any of the other ISTPs we talked about. They can get in there and get it done. Now, in the case of like Geralt of Rivia, he of course was trained to behave in a very specific manner. But of course, he still improvises. Oftentimes, he loses his weapon or he does those things. Um, he absolutely reacts to the situation in whatever different ways. Whereas we have characters like John Wick, who more or less kills people the same few ways over and over again. Now, once again, that's from, of course, his training. John Wick is an assassin. He's been an assassin for 30 years. Whatever happened in his life, the circumstances have put him in a position to make a great deal of money by becoming the best assassin possible. Whereas an ISTP doesn't necessarily care about being the best assassin. They just know that they're good. They don't need to prove that kind of a thing. John Wick is very calculated. He's meticulous. He makes sure that he's groomed. He has the nice suit that he makes sure that he wears. This is very important to him, as obvious as that would be. ISTPs also enjoy, of course, a lot of physical activity. We don't get to see a lot of John Wick just being a physical person. His wife died, and then he just wanted to live out the rest of his days, seemingly. He retired from the assassination business, and everything was going to be peachy keen after that. Apparently, he had tons of money. He knew everybody. He had a bunch of backup stuff. Not that another big one. Tons of backup related provisions, and he had them scattered in a bunch of random places. Which that was the only real weird part about giving John Wick an INTJ is that his memory should be bad, like really bad, but somehow he could remember like storing gold coins in a book someplace, or he had all these contacts with people around the world. Um, Networking, of course, which is more of a extroverted thinking, introverted intuitive thing to do. The networking with people. So that was particularly interesting. But John Wick doesn't do a lot of the ISTP things. And on top of that, no fun catch lines or catchphrases, rather, no fun catchphrases. He seemed very basic in speech with other people. He just wanted to convey short messages back and forth. There was no growth of extroverted feeling anywhere in the character. So I couldn't give him an ISTP. And of course, on top of that, we don't see John trying to logic his way through a situation like we would see with the characters like John McClane, where he's actively trying to figure out what's going on and to handle the situation in improvisational manners. John Wick goes in there knowing exactly what he's going to be doing, and then succeeds. That's Yeah, and of course, even your best laid plans go to crap after you get punched, and that's obviously what happens to John. But he goes in there with a plan, and he follows that plan. And then there, especially in the first movie, there were some cool moments where he did do a lot of preparation work. Like for example, it was towards the end of the movie, and he just for whatever reason decided to set up a bunch of bombs under cars so that when he walked in, it created this distraction of sorts. It removed their ability to escape, and he and that point is lots of planning in with John Wick, so much planning that it's no longer ISTP. uh, there's a lot of that, and then of course he got visibly angry when he was actually confronted about the death of his wife. Very, very angry. You took away something of his, and he had a big, big old problem with that. So, well, let's move on from John Wick. We can talk more about it later if we talk, in the Discord. Um, so I guess you do kind of know someone for their fourth function then too, because someone might know say an ESTP for not really thinking about or planning. Yes, you can absolutely notice the negatives. That's how I notice INTPs to ENTPs. I'm noticing that lack of extroverted thinking, that they're doing their best, they're trying to be nice and placating, but then when they try to talk back in conversation, they come off as very awkward and not reading the room particularly well, and so they end up saying things that other people may not be interested in. Now, typically, you see that in the younger, of course, understandably, the younger INTPs. Um, let's see. Thoughts on cognitive personality theory? I have no thoughts on cognitive personality theory other than the words that were used to describe it. So, cognitive personality theory, I assume, is something that I assume it's another typology, understandably. I don't know who runs it or what it's all about. I don't know if they use MBTI cognitive functions or if they use their own. I unfortunately, as I've said numerous times, I don't watch the content of other creators. I used to a lot. Maybe year 1 through 4. It was actually in the 5th year that I decided that I needed to start a YouTube channel, which I tried to do, but life happens, and so I wasn't able to continue working on it. But in the I think it was year number 5, I was already pretty fed up with what I was listening to at this point, and I listened to Eric Thor, and he was so far removed from the reality that it sparked me to actually start a YouTube video. I couldn't take it anymore, and so I started on my own. Let's see. Can types with weak extroverted sensing be good at sports? Anyone can be good at anything if they get enough time and practice into it. Anyone. So that's something that I have sporadically attempted to get better in my life, is, well, extroverted sensing. I can't do it. And if it comes to tedious extroverted sensing work, like making sure that my space is comfortable for me to use, I'm like, I'll do it tomorrow. And then, 2 months go by. And I'm like, oh, it's starting to become a problem. And then maybe I'll get around to it. But you can absolutely practice to be good at it. When I was very young, we didn't have things like video games and computers and things like that. We didn't even really have much in the way of books outside of fiction. So I would want to spend time with whatever the kids my age were doing. And so a lot of the kids my age were, understandably, Central California. They did a lot of sports. So there was a lot of sports when I was very, very young. We're talking like 10 and younger. So, I'd play baseball with the kids, play soccer with the kids, basketball, football. You play those things. I would like to think that I got better at it when I was as a kid, and then, practicing it more. But obviously, as soon as more options became available, I went away from sports or a lot of physical activity in general. And then when I got my father essentially donated to me a laptop that he wasn't going to use anymore. It barely worked. The power cable he had hardwired himself into the power supply, so that you had to have it plugged in all the time. And I started working on things like RPG Maker 2000, learning how to try to program a story into a video game. And that's what I did. Point being that I think any type can be good at sports. It's just you have to find. So let's say you're an ENFP, and you like the idea of going into sports, but it's sports. It's mundane. It's physical activity. You're going to be interested in it for maybe a while because it's brand new. It's fresh. It's something you may not have experienced before. But eventually it's going to wear you down. You're going to be like, well, now I have to get up. I've got to go do the exercising instead of just sleeping in and watching a bad movie. Or I have to, get up and then go to the gym, and I've got to exercise a whole lot. And then I've got to eat these very correct things. Then I have to deal with the other guys that are, so full of testosterone that they try to, start stuff with other people. And then I have to deal with that. And you eventually want to move away from that kind of a life. It's just, it's a matter of how long can it hold your interest, and that'll determine whether or not most likely you're going to end up getting good at something. Because anyone, as I said, anyone can get good at anything. You need to practice, and it may take, for some people, it may take longer than they have in lifespan for them to get good at things. But for the most part in most things. Like, yeah, I've never I've sewn flesh together, but like I've never knitted clothes before. So if you ask me to knit you a shirt, I'm not going to be particularly good at it. However, if I were to practice it for a number of weeks, I'd imagine I could probably knit you an okay shirt. But after that, I'm done, and I probably won't do it again. Let's see. Yes, okay, that's a point. Jason Bourne was often cited as an ISTJ. I had recently watched, or at least I had it on the background, the Bourne Identity, and I would have also speculated that he was big into his training and he did everything by the book kind of behavior. And of course, he was very well trained. And I would imagine that, yes, he could have very easily been given an ISTJ diagnosis. I would have to, of course, go more in depth when trying to type him. How is the Discord going these days? It's going great. I was exceptionally good with many extroverted sensing activities when I was younger due to many achievements. However, after high school, that pretty much disappeared. That's understandable if you're an INFP. Is this what you do full time? I don't do NV. I don't do anything full time. I don't do anything full time. It was something that I believe I had proposed that to my mother at one point. I said to her, she told me that I needed to work hard so that I could have money, and that you keep working hard so that you can have more money. And I said, well, if I'm expected to work 40 to 50 hours a week, I have to sleep, I have to eat, I have to do all these other things. When will I have time to use all of this money? That caught her off guard, and she had to go and think about that for a while. For my mother, she gets a great deal of enjoyment having success. That fuels her. It keeps her going. It keeps her focused on these things. It's that extroverted thinking. This objective success, which was having money and moving up in a career, and that was enjoyment for her. She had a hard time comprehending that her children may not feel the same way about life. She didn't make the she didn't comprehend that perhaps some of her children just want to enjoy life, have new experience, come up with fun ideas, and just ponder on possibilities, and that was fun for them. But for her, for an INTJ female, success, that is important. Making more money, that's very important. Getting a better career, that's going to be more important. And that you should have fun by doing those things. And yes, and as one would imagine, an INTJ mother also schedules times for fun. And most of the time, though, even on her days off, she's doing something else to improve her life in some way, in whatever way that she thinks is best. Yes, moon globes, I have stitched people up after getting cut. That's what I meant by sewing flesh. Do you watch a lot of movies? Any favorite movies / filmmakers? I there's no I don't have any movies that I would like watch forever. There's not a whole lot. Usually when I want to watch a movie again, I need to give it enough time to forget. Or in some cases, like Pirates of the Caribbean series of movies, all 5 movies, sometimes I'll leave it on in the background and I'm not really paying attention to it, but it is in the background. And so maybe I'll look over for some of the the fun moments, or I'll be watching Lord of the Rings, or the Hobbit movies. I haven't watched the Matrix trilogy in a very long time. I may go watch that again. But in terms of movies and or filmmakers, no, I don't necessarily have any favorites. I probably have favorite genres, I suppose, which if I had to pick, certainly not based in reality. So fantasy related, whether it's science fiction or medieval-esque fantasies, things like that. Was a stack of papers on my desk I had to scan to my computer, and I kept saying, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Over a year has gone by of saying this, and the pile of papers has consumed my office. That's stereotypical extroverted intuitive behavior. Yes, that would be very normal. Now, ENFPs, they actually have a preference for extroverted thinking. So it's going to take them a lot less time to get those things done. But for an ENTP, they don't have that same access to extroverted thinking to get this done for that objective task completion, to get the success and then maybe get a hit of dopamine from it. Without that lack of interest in getting it done, ENTPs let things go on for days, weeks, months, years. So, in general, can you share some important lessons you learned from MBTI? Yeah, do not base a relationship off of what you think a compatible MBTI matchup is. Do not do that. I'm sure that there are in many situations it absolutely can work. A lot of it, however, is circumstantial, and what you should be looking for is common interests, not common functions. Do that. Make sure you have the same interests. That is very, very helpful. What else? Yes, 90% of the people that type themselves in MBTI are incorrect about their typing. So there's a lot of that too. It's a system that doesn't have these easy to follow instructions. It takes nuance. It requires some depth. Context, of course, is also very important. And if you don't have all of those things, you're gonna have a rough time trying to type either yourself or other people. What type of music do you listen to? Do you think type has much of an influence on that? I'm sure to a degree. There's got to be something there. I haven't seen too much. Like my friend Cal, ENTP, very young. He's I think 20 now, and he listens. Now, of course, he's also from the UK, so he listens to different genres. I want to say he liked listening to Rammstein. I can't hardly stand Ramstein at all. It's just like noise, just straight noise to my ears. However, on the other hand, I have a playlist, and I keep adding songs to it regularly of songs that I like, just in case anyone's interested in that very specific question, because I've been asked that a number of times. So if I like a song, then I throw it onto the playlist, and you can see there's like Linkin Park, AC/DC, 3 Days Grace. There's Panic at the Disco, and then I've got like 50 Cent's PIMP on there, like that one. Um, there's I've listened to great many different genres, except country. I grew up with country, and so maybe that's why I don't much care for it. I could probably still recite some country songs just from having to listen to it on the bus for like a straight 10 years. But uh, I don't really listen. I don't listen to country. So there's that. And I also don't know what genre of music. It's called like the group's called Labyrinth, or something like that, and they have a song called like Mount Everest. I turned that into a ringtone, so I really enjoyed that one. Let's see. What about Pirates 2 Stagnetti's Revenge? Bob, if you want to watch it again, I will be there. And hopefully I'll have Craig that time. Um, I wait till someone needs workplace accommodations and can only temporarily do a desk job, and then I have them do the work I put off doing. That's pro tips from Bob in how to manage office jobs, uh, or in particular departments. So yeah, pro plays absolutely. There we go. All right, let's shoot some heretics. Hmm. The cold months are coming. I was hoping to not be here when the cold months hit again, because that's when I got here. I got here in December, and so my poor 1995 Saturn SL could barely get through the snow and the ice, and so I was hoping that I would be kind of out of there or out of here by then. But hopefully still soonish. That would be great. Head up to Oregon. weather's better there for me, I think. Now, if it were up to me, I'd probably end up moving to some more cold, like countries that have a bit of a colder climate. I hear Sweden's great if you live in the nice areas. So if I moved there with a bunch of money, then it'd probably be okay. I also thought about moving to Australia. They have some neat social programs there that really fosters the kind of lazy behavior that I espouse. But until then, Oregon, I move that way. Can find some part-time work and keep working on YouTube stuff. Maybe. Let's see. More questions while I'm waiting to load up into the match. And yes, if you play Darktide, my favorite character so far is the Psyker. A little bit of rubber banding there. What would an unhealthy, extroverted, intuitive dominant look like? Looks like me. I've been unhealthy since I was 17. Where's MB in this TI? Where's Myers-Briggs in this type indicator? I assume that those lovely ladies are 6 feet under someplace. I would think. Engaging multiple targets. Rorschach's journal. I always wanted to get one of those Rorschach paintings or pictures. Thought that would be fun. Terminating. Ah. Ogren. Yes, Myers-Briggs type indicator. It is a fascinating tool, as long as you can apply it correctly. And I've found that the easiest, simplest way to find out whether or not you're typing people correctly is if you are, within context, you are finding the appropriate frequency in types. So if you are, so on average, you're down the street and you're just trying to type the people that maybe you randomly come across, you should see generally even spread, except for in the case of introverted intuitives. They are not going to spend a whole lot of time walking aimlessly down the roads. So those ones you may not come across. But if you were to, like, let's say, sample 10,000 random people in the world, yeah, you should have a fairly standard spread of personalities. So you'd find introverted sensors towards the top, introverted intuitives basically non-existent towards the bottom. I am also ENTP, but 8W7. Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of stock in Enneagram. Personally, I've read some of it. I'm not as super into it at all. As a matter of fact, I couldn't tell you what an 8W7 is supposed to mean. You only focus on business. Well, are you 18 years old? I mean, if you're 18 years old, like you're just starting out and being an adult, and if you were an ENTP, I absolutely believe that you'd have these ideas about business and whatnot. Now, your follow-through, of course, would suck and is not going to be great. You will be heavily reliant on other people to do virtually all of the work for you. You supply the ideas, they supply the labor. It's because, yes, when I was 18, I also had great ideas about how I was going to get rich and make monies and do the businesses. But but yes, as an ENTP, you are going to not be able to focus on those things. You can have the ideas, great ideas even possibly, but especially if you're younger, you're going to be more interested in learning to manipulate people than you are in anything more practical than that. And of course, if you are always focused on business, then I would say that you may have a preference for introverted intuition instead of extroverted intuition. But once again, without any further context, I would not be able to, of course, do any kind of an official typing here on a live stream. Are ENTJs really the rarest type? I don't know. So here's the problem: is that I can't give you a absolutely correct answer on that because I haven't met literally every single person in the country or in the world for that matter. So I don't have the data, the absolute hard data. Now on the Myers-Briggs, representative sample sizes that they had, they found that ENTJ was maybe, what was it, like 0.3% higher in frequency than an INFJ. But the difference is, but that's not really good enough because ENTJs are are typically in very specific places after adulthood. They're not hanging, like as I said, they're not hanging around the peasants. They're getting stuff done. They are doing the business things. They are they're wearing the suits, going to business meetings. They're arranging hostile takeovers. They're not hanging around me. They're not wasting time on Dark Tide. They're not doing streams on a topic that most people consider to be niche and unreliable. That's not what they're wasting their time on. No. They're going to get that objective results. Those objective results. So, is ENTJ the rarest type? I don't think I don't know if it's the rarest type, but I'll tell you that I've typed more INFJs than I have ENTJs. Not by some insane number, but a little bit. I've typed more INFJs than ENTJs. And that's understandable given that ENTJs do not care about MBTI. It's a niche market that I imagine makes very little money compared to just about anything that you can do on YouTube. So if I'm lucky, let's say I might expect that I could make, and if I had a lot of views, tons of views, and I had a huge community, I might make like, let's say, $2,000 a month as passive income, maybe. And ENTJs set their sights way higher than that. Just being a career government worker can easily get you, $100K a year as long as you stick with it long enough. So I'm not going to be doing that. Point being that I couldn't tell you for sure. I just know that ENTJs are not going to be in places that I'm going to be. So, they could be the rarest type. That's totally plausible. It's just I couldn't give you the raw data points on that, as I have not met every single person. I can guess, but realistically, that's all it would be, is a guess. Educated or not. Let's see. Yep, and so your ENTJ... Well, if your ENTJ partner is in fact an ENTJ, then watch out, because they're going to be trying to take the company from you. Because ENTJs don't have friends, they have contacts. A lot of people that tell me that they have ENTJ friends, it turns out they were ESTJs. So it's possible that there might be some miscommunication there. But giving you the benefit of the doubt, let's say for some reason you had an ENTJ who actually believed in your idea and believed that you were going to make a ton of money, then they will, if it does work out that way, then they will try to snag it from you. Absolutely. So bear that in mind, good friend. Let's see. What are you, Urchin? Your body, your brain, your core cognitive processes occurring simultaneously, your consciousness, anything prevailing to your physical body and chemistry, or your general take as to what am I? I am. I simply am. I simply am. Am I all of those things or none of those things? Is all of this just one giant simulation? In which case, I apparently didn't put it on a low enough difficulty. Let's see. Or are you just a sea urchin bussing the streets? I wouldn't rule anything out. So, let's see here. Where did the name street urchin originate from? I spent a solid day vaguely wondering what kind of YouTube channel I should have, and I wanted something that was different, but not super edgy, maybe a little self-deprecating, something that would get people's attention and wouldn't come off as pretentious. So I remembered back to my Facebook page, I went to my Facebook page, and I looked at one of my pictures, and my grandmother Sandra said, "With all that hair, you look like a street urchin." Like, that might be exactly what I'm looking for. So, we can thank my my grandmother Sandra for coming up with the for essentially recommending the name street urchin. Seemed like it worked out. Let's see. I do the hostile takeovers for sure. Love the extroverted aspect of negotiations and making people do what I want. Well, that sounds very ESTJ. That doesn't sound as ENTP as it could be. Recently I've had two ESTJs express to me that they believe they were ENTPs, and then after a typing session we found out that that was not the case. So it's possible that you could be an ESTJ, and as I've been theorizing this for these past well, I've theorized about it before, but I've been talking about it these past couple of days, that we're entering a time in society where typology is becoming more normalized, and that people may start picking up on it because other people are starting to pick up on it. Now, is any of it going to be, is it going to help the accuracy of MBTI? Absolutely not. But it's a thing that has been happening. I imagine it's going to continue happening. It's kind of like the age of astrology, like the 1970s. For some reason, there were introverted censors that were real big into astrology, and my assumption is because other people were into astrology. The society as a whole became more interested in astrology at that time. And of course, like a fad, it eventually went away. So that's of course something to consider, to think about. My ENTJ is willing to die for me. Same dream, same direction. Okay, then we're not talking about an ENTJ anymore. We're not talking about an ENTJ. ENTJs are willing to die for, I would speculate, virtually no one. I mean, I would hypothesize that maybe there's some maternal instinct somewhere in there that maybe an ENTJ would die for a child, but we're talking... most likely the ENTJ would do their best to avoid making sure that their child was in a position in which they would feel the need to sacrifice themselves. And if they were going to do that, it would be a much older ENTJ. But no, I would not suspect that an ENTJ would die for anyone. And of course, if this is still an ENTJ we're talking about and they told you that, it was a lie. ENTJs will do or say anything that it takes to reach success. They're usually good at planning it out. And they typically work with threats and strong-arming people into getting the things that they want. Because unfortunately for them, most people are independent creatures. And they don't always agree with your plans. Yeah, 15 years best friends when we're going further into the doubt mode. Yeah, you're digging him. You're digging into a hole that gets further and further away from ENTJ. But I've even had some ESFPs actually come and tell me that they were ENTJs, and I'm like, well, why do you? What makes you believe that you're an ENTJ? And they're like, oh, well, I like hustling, money from people out at like concerts and sell them stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that does not make you an ENTJ. I'm sorry to hear that. And so some of them have taken to hustling, hustling cheap change from people is considered high-end introverted intuition, and it's not. So there's that as an example. At ENTJs, I don't get too many people claiming to be ENTJs. Most people prefer things like INFJ or ENFJ, ENTP. You get that a lot. So, not too many ENT. Who just... Let's see. What's next? Trying to type my best friend, but I can't tell if he's ISTP or ISFP. Please help. So, ISTPs prefer their own personal logic to things. They do not... they're not going to enjoy reciting information they read about a subject. What they're going to do is try to logic the subject out themselves. They want to follow a strict process of A to B to C to D thinking, and that's their aggregate behavior. That is something they prefer to do more often than not. Now, in terms of general behavioral traits, they come off as often domineering, aggressive, and ISFPs, of course, being the opposite of that. They are very timid and they tend to be very submissive. So I hope that one should probably help more than what I said initially. We definitely both do everything to reach success and force what we want. It's a tag team thing. Yeah, it's very extroverted thinking of you. Yes, I agree. I agree with that statement. But yes, it's that kind of a thing. It's very extroverted thinking, and being an extroverted thinker is not a bad thing at all. It's how you're going to get success in life, in this world anyway, in this society that we currently live in. Extroverted thinking is king to getting that objective success. You want the money, you want the tasks done, you want everything to be in line and have the things that you want, and you need to go with extroverted thinking. Having a strong preference for it. Now, obviously, you can't just force yourself to have a strong preference or anything, but maybe practicing some of the habits might help. But if you're already there, then you're golden. You're gonna be good to go.
Targets identified.
That was supposed to be a sniper. Catching zombies. Anyway. Any tips for getting EXTPs to listen to you? I heard it's because of TE Critic, and ESTPs are worse since they are usually not as open-minded. I don't see too many ESTPs willingly come off as open-minded on things, understandably. But I listen to people all the time, and as long as their logic is sound and as long as there's no flaws in it, there's not some glaring hole in the logic, then I'm willing to believe. Now, granted, it doesn't need to be that bad. Usually what people will do is they'll come to me with what they think is a solution to a problem, and I will of course pick out the holes in it and say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? Then this plan doesn't work, or this typing doesn't work, things like that. But usually what I'll do is I'll listen to their ideas, and I'll say, well, here's a problem that I notice here with this, but what if it was like this? And then I would offer alternatives to their particular line of logic. So I don't want people to be discouraged when it comes to proposing ideas to me. I don't want the discouragement. What I want is for them to ponder more, to think more on the subject, and refine it. That's what I'd prefer to do for people. But some people are incredibly stubborn, and they're not as open as they'd like to believe they are. Let's see here. I criticize other people's knowledge sometimes because I doubt they have spent as much time as I have researching and thinking about certain things. It's possible. The theory I heard is because you're very careful with your introverted thinking, you're very critical with what others tell you is true, or something like that. I definitely cast a jaundiced eye in that direction. When someone tells me something that I am aware of is, popular information, I sometimes, if you catch me, busy or a little bit frustrated, I might say, "So how do you know that's true?" And of course, throughout most of my life, I would say people would tell me, "I know it's true because it says it right here in this book." Missing the point that you're literally just reading it. So if I wrote down something in that book, are you going to believe it? What if I photoshopped it really well and it looked like it was exactly from the book? Are you going to believe it? Even if it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Some people have believed that. That is a prank I've pulled more than once. So that's fundamental extroverted thinking. That's the downside of having a strong preference for extroverted thinking, is that if you get the wrong information, you will be wrong. And just the same with introverted thinking. If you don't think enough about it, if you don't think of literally every scenario in which that your logic can be used, and if you don't find any flaws in it, and there are some flaws, then you will also be wrong. So, introverted thinking, much like extroverted thinking, is not infallible. You're trusting your logic, or you're trusting the logic of other people. One or the other, and both can be wrong. Bad stuff. In both ways. Let's see. Oh, well, I definitely say that that's true, but I don't know if it's specifically because of the TI critic. Yeah, I personally, as the whole TI or TE critic thing, I'm not as hypercritical about it as I was when I was younger. I understand that some people just have to live their life that way. I get it. Thinking can be stressful on the mind at times, and if you were just looking for some quick answers to get a solution, to get a problem fixed, have at it. I hope it works out for you. But for me, yes, I criticize extroverted thinking very hard, a lot. I criticize. I would rather people read something and then ask themselves, hey, is this actually true? Let me spend some time working with it and see if this actually applies to as many situations as possible, and see what the frequency of correctness is.
Violence can be so beautiful. I think we should make
Let's
some
see.
more.
Being ENTP made staying employed impossible. Was forced to become successful and obsessed with making my own way. Well, ENTPs can very easily have issues staying employed, and the reason for that being that the jobs are, they get boring after a while. When it becomes too routine and there's not enough things to do to keep your attention, then it's going to cause a problem. Will cause a problem. You'll either try to make gains out of the work that you're doing, or you'll try to socialize with people to keep it interesting so you have something to do. In my case, I would listen, oftentimes I would have my phone in my pocket, and I would listen to YouTube reruns of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And even then, I was like, yeah, I'd rather be at home, trying to make Frostpunk a more entertaining game to play. As an example. Granted, I don't think Frostpunk had come out yet when I was working at the Walmart. Let's see. What types do you think Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson are? I am aware they are very different people / types. They are both in the social zeitgeist. What types do you think? So Andrew Tate, I have seen some interesting behavior out of him. I would need to somehow conduct an interview to get the idea of who he... Now, granted, I don't watch a whole lot of Tate stuff. Maybe I could watch a lot of his interviews and then try to pinpoint what functions are being referenced there. But he has said some really dumb things. I've heard some silly things to say. I've also heard some very practical things that he has said that are absolutely true. I have heard him kind of stick with more of a traditional kind of thing. Certain beliefs that were, passed down, culturally speaking. I have heard so much from that guy. So I kind of just assumed he was a bit. He was a character, a personality that he has for YouTube. As for Jordan Peterson, I have him typed as an INTP. So Canadian INTP, different cultural values, so he cares more about certain things than maybe an American, your typical American INTP is going to care about. He is, and of course, in his old age, he got far more outspoken. He decided that he wanted to teach as a college professor, which is great. Some people have said that he was an INFJ, and I'm like, there's no way an INFJ is going to risk I almost swore there. They're not going to risk their whole career over some political stuff. INFJs are not going to risk their whole career for that. That is not something that they're going to do, because their career is more important than you or me or anyone or anything else. Their career is the most important, much like it is for INTJs. It's very important. And so, not going to risk it. INTP, ENTP, absolutely. We have, all throughout history, they don't have issues risking essentially their livelihoods or their lives to talk about what they believe the truth is. So, not an introverted intuitive though. That's not something they would do. Anyway, what else we got here? Super boring at a job, hate routine, turned everything into a game/challenge, listened to lots of audiobooks on the job. And those are some excellent qualifications for that. So, if you wanted to get typed by me, $20 on the Discord and get you all set up for that. If that's something that you want, but I get the impression that you're pretty secure and confident in your typing, so I'd imagine you don't need to have a session with me. And if you are, then, if you are an ENTP, I wish you luck on all your endeavors, and I hope that it all works out for you. Because for most ENTPs, that is not what happens. Let's see, what do we got? Hold on here. What is some advice you would give to TI and FE leads seeing more eye to eye? Well, I suppose I would start with explaining to one another how you are interpreting reality and how you prefer to see things. INTPs are going to be more detached from the emotional aspects of a problem, whereas an INFP, lead introverted feeler, is going to be more attached to the emotions, values, ethics of an issue. And you just have to come to the realization that you're both two very, very different people, and you're going to want to handle things in very different ways.
Targets marked for death.
So, the advice I would give is to talk, have a conversation, explain, be real, and talk about what you care about, what you don't care about, what's interesting you, what's not interesting you. And that's, communication. It's a great way to resolve our issues. And if that doesn't work, you can always get into a bar fight. Because that always works. Let's see, what else do we got here? He theorized that Tate is an ESTP. He has said some things that were kind of silly, that didn't sound like he thought about it a lot before he said it. But possible. Anything's possible, that's what I say. Anything. What else? Lots of jobs over the truth. Well, that will happen. Another outspoken ESTJ that I have seen these past years, Steven Crowder. Very outspoken. Now, granted, of course, most of his stuff is more on the religious side and stereotypical cultural values and whatnot, but very outspoken and going against how things have been these past decades. Very business oriented. He's got his own little podcast. I heard that he was having some trouble not too long ago. I'm not sure how that's. I haven't watched his stuff in about a year. So, um, do you think as humans have evolved, more types developed? And if yes, do you think that means more types could emerge as we continue to evolve? I think, as I said, I think anything's possible. And in the case of human evolution, I would imagine that there was a time where the brain hadn't evolved enough in such a way that it could produce every personality type. I think that's totally plausible. And it is once again even more plausible that as humans continue to evolve, that certain personalities may end up just being possibly erased from society. And not all evolution goes in a positive direction, mind you. So, and as for like let's say, a personality that maybe it's a straight up introverted personality, that the only things they preference are introverted functions. That would be a very strange looking individual for certain. That they would not behave normally, but um, possibly. Let's see. Andrew Tate seems too low on extroverted feeling and too future success oriented to be an ESTP. Possibly. I don't. Once again, I don't. I don't listen to a lot of Andrew Tate stuff. Although the things that I have said, there was one poignant phrase, or not a phrase, but it was a topic of conversation that he spoke on that I thought was important for people to understand on a psychological level. He he said that a lot of young men would come to him and say, Tate, you look good, you look jacked, you look ripped or whatever. How do I get muscles fast? And his response is, why does it have to be fast? And essentially turned into the paraphrasing here, getting the gist of it. The gist of it being that getting these muscles, people respect because it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of work to get those things, and people respect other people that work hard. There's a respect there, and that's why having all those muscles is respectable, because we all know how long it takes to get that. You have to have a lot of focus and a lot of determination to get those muscles. Let's see. After years of trying to be organized, scheduled, routine based, I gave up and just do whatever. Never found a solution that I could stick to. Well, I hope you find one. I do think MBTI will lose its relevancy if humans were to further evolve psychologically. That's possible. I mean, it wouldn't really be MBTI anymore. We'd now be talking about some new system for these alien-like humans. IQ and function correlation. That is a topic that I have talked about, but it's not everybody wants to hear about it. Not everyone is. It is a sensitive subject that I do not want to bring up on stream. Now, in private conversation or on my Discord, absolutely, like we can have a talk about that. But outside of that, I am still trying to make sure that my channel stays monetized. So, trying to stay away from certain sensitive subjects, such as intelligence quotient and function correlation, and what I have found out over the past 10 years. And so there. Let's see, how long has the stream been going on? This stream has been going on for 3.5 hours. The last time I looked at it, it was like an hour and a half, so I somehow lost 2 hours of time. And my voice, apparently. That happens. But yes, Rorschach, if you are interested in getting typed, we can facilitate that. However, I do, and I should say this to everyone that's considering getting typed by me. If you already have a predetermined understanding of your type, it is, 'cause I have met a number of people that were very, very certain of their type, and they come to me and then I ask them the questions. In some cases, they may try to downplay certain function use or they try to upplay other function uses. I've had people give me straight answers and then come to find out that, they are not the personality type they thought. Sometimes they take it well, other times they don't. More often than not, people, I'd say 95% of the time when I give someone a type, it doesn't end poorly, and then we move on. But if you are already certain of your type, then don't come to me expecting me to just regurgitate what you believe your type is, because it's not what I'm going. That's most likely not what I'm going to do. Uh, that's how it is. Yeah, IQ correlation is a no go on the YouTube. Yeah, it has been. Now, if this were 20 years ago, I would absolutely talk about it. That's not a problem. But YouTube has become a lot of social media platforms have become incredibly strict, and if anything is seen as remotely offensive, you're done. You either get demonetized, you get canceled, something. And so we want to try and keep it as uh, on the YouTube streams at least. I try to keep it as uh, pleasant as I can. Now, if you want to come to the Discord and then talk to me about it there, I'm more than happy to discuss my understandings of those more sensitive subjects. Uh, I bet introverted feeling users are most stubborn of their type, followed by introverted thinking or introverted sensing. Uh, I have found that it's actually introverted thinkers have been more stubborn on that out of all the other ones. More stubborn in that regard. Now, that being said, I imagine that there would be more, if I actually had more introverted sensors show up to get typed, I may I may end up finding more introverted sensors, but generally speaking, we're talking 9 times out of 10, introverted sensors do not care about MBTI. It's not mainstream enough for them to get into it in most cases. Like I said, 9 times out of 10. However, you get some ESTJs, you get some ESFJs that might show some more interest in it because of a more of a preference for extroverted intuition. So, uh, but in most cases, the ones that tend to argue with me are introverted thinkers. So that does happen. You ever play COD Zombies? Yes, I have played that. I would have some of my friends in California are extroverted, sensing, preferenced people, and so they enjoy, of course, the straight up first person, little complication kinds of games, and so uh, they enjoy reaction based games, Twitch based as we call it in the gaming world, and they play they played a lot of Call of Duty Zombies, and so I'd play with them a little bit. The only time I was really ever cemented in a first-person shooter for any extended period of time. In this case, it was like a month of me playing almost entirely just this one game, and it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And I, of course, had a stupid build. It was crazy. It was out there. No one else was using it, and so it was like I loved this idea, and I would use it to try and get the nuke. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember Modern Warfare 2, and if you had, I think it was like 25 kill streak, you could get the nuke. And so I had gotten that a number of times using a very specific bit. You played like it was because I'm not great at Twitch based stuff. If I can predict what someone's going to do next, then I can be pretty good at it. But when it gets really chaotic, I can't always predict what literally everyone's going to do at every single moment. And so you just kind of follow some vague patterns. But what I would do is I would take the Scar assault rifle, and I would put a suppressor on it, and I would mostly just go super stealth mode. I would also lay C4 in certain places where I knew that people were going to be at. And so all of my kill streak would be from like shooting from the brush someplace. And then I would eventually get the nuke after 25 kills. So, and Modern Warfare 2 is goated.
Commodore, I should remind you that trade with the Xenos is
So
highly
yeah, I don't know if any of the other Modern Warfare games that come out, because that was more or less like the only one that I really played for any stint of real time, and I assume that maybe they reintroduced the nuke in other games that they've come out with. Maybe, possibly. Got a little bit of a sore throat and can't tell if it's from the talking or if it's because I'm actually sick. Why not both? So, all right, we've got 20 minutes left on today's stream. Let's talk more about MBTI. Do high extroverted sensing plus TE users have pent-up aggression? That's what I have noticed, yes. Why do ISTPs want to fight so much? It's my understanding that ISTPs enjoy physical aggression. They can enjoy it. And I'm not saying every ISTP goes out there looking for a fight. And usually you need to have a pretty big chip on your shoulder to always want to go out to the bar just to have an excuse to punch somebody. But what they do in ISTPs in particular, they have the of course the extroverted sensing, but they have the introverted intuition in a stronger preference position, and so many ISTPs come to believe that their thinking is most sound, their moral judgments are most sound, and of course they all try to rationalize it, and they try to essentially come up with their own objective measurements for what's most moral, based on what they believe is important. So it's usually things like maintaining a society, making sure people are breeding so that you can keep more people, keeping degeneracy low, things like that. It comes off as these kind of strong moral values, but they're just objective understandings that they try to turn into values and morals. But the point being that they believe that their stuff is good and the best, and hopefully in their case they have many accolades to prove that that's true, but it's because they believe that they are really good at whatever it is that they're talking about. In this case, let's say physical confrontation. ISTPs, I have yet to meet an ISTP that does not have some level of confidence in their ability to win a physical engagement with another human being. Same goes with ESTPs. I think there are some more realistic ESTPs who will be like, yeah, I can handle myself in a fight, but yeah, if I'm gonna have to fight like 3, 4, 5 guys at the same time, I'm probably not gonna win. They'll try and do their best. They'll talk about improvisation. They'll maybe try to separate people from being able to attack them all at once. They'll of course pick up a crowbar. They'll pick up a bar stool. They'll anything to even the odds, kinds of things. So they're ESTPs I found to be maybe a little bit more realistic about their odds of physical confrontation, whereas ISTPs kind of want to do the whole action hero thing. Like, yeah, I can walk in there and I'll just start beating people up, and I'll be so fast and I'll be so quick, and I can dodge and I can punch really, really hard. I can just win, most confrontations. That, of course, is the behavior that you see in the much younger ISTPs, but they do have a stronger confidence in what they believe is true. And of course, a much stronger confidence in who they are. So they tend to be aggressive. Let's see. ISTPs are saucy and dripping with indignation. Some of them are. However, I have met a few very well-adjusted ISTPs that are doing fantastic in life, and they're not complete word that I probably can't say on YouTube. What would be a good job for an ISTP? There's a lot of jobs they can go into. However, a lot of ISTPs that are like the older ones, I would see a lot of them in like electrician work. I knew some as millwrights. Any kind of jobs that require some level of fabrication and technical understanding, they tend to be really good at. As a matter of fact, one ISTP that I typed some months back was going into cybersecurity. and I hope it's going well for him. It may not be his go-to, but he said that, yeah, I'm more. He prefers to do more hands-on physical stuff, but he says that while he's going in for this, he also tinkers with like his drones that he bought, or he tinkers with his car, and he still gets to have the enjoyment of handling more mechanical things while he's going to school or is currently in a career for cybersecurity. So times are changing. I would think that although ISTPs could still be great at fixing your transmission, they can also be great at doing a great many other things. So let's see. They're usually the stereotypical alpha male, lots of testosterone, like that, and that's not usually what I see in ISTPs. I have seen ISTPs that were, let's say, the shortest ISTP male I ever met was about 5'2", and as you can imagine, he might react to certain situations ever so slightly differently than a ISTP who's 6'2". They handle things a little bit differently. They had a different life experience, kind of a thing. But usually, he was a little bit bitter. I admit, a little bit bitter. He enjoyed his drink, but he also enjoyed having conversation about certain abstract topics. Specifically, I had talked to him about MBTI, and that he wanted to know more about back then. But so yeah, not I don't come across too many, in quote, alpha male ISTPs. They're not everywhere. I've seen them. They're just not. That's not the norm. It's not average. It's not typical. Let's see. I like my males with lots of testosterone. That seems normal. What RPG classes do you think different MBTI types enjoy most? I have noticed you like rogues and Gish types. Not sure what a Gish type is, but I do enjoy playing rogues. If it's up to me, I play a rogue that has some kind of magical ability. I found the Baldur's Gate 3 Arcane Trickster to be lacking in a lot of ways. But when I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons, or more specifically when I'm playing the CRPG kind of versions of them, like Neverwinter Nights or Baldur's Gate or what have you, I always do self-insert. That's what I want to do. So if I'm in this universe, what would be a way in which I believe I naturally want to survive or live in this universe? And so I'm not much of a physical fighter. Yes, if you're an ENTP male, you will have grown up saying things that other people don't like, and usually kids get a little emotional and sometimes get into confrontations. And then I've had a few physical confrontations after I became an adult. But point being, I would prefer to diffuse most situations. And if I had to absolutely fight somebody, it's not fighting fair. Ever. Arcane Trickster seemed right up my alley. It's about being sneaky. It's about diplomacy, investigating things, and then using magic to more creatively solve puzzles. Now, granted, my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough was a solo Arcane Trickster, and that was unfun. that was a very frustrating time to try and solo the entire game as just an Arcane Trickster. However, there was a game called Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous that I played, and it had a whole bunch of different classes and subclasses in the game. And I thought that part of the game was at least amazing. And there was a class called Eldritch Scion, I think is what it was called, and really liked that. It wasn't very roguelike, but it was still, it didn't wear heavy armor. It was still very light armor, except that it used regular standard sized weapons. So like a longsword, I would have a regular longsword in two hands, and then you could power up the blade, and it was kind of like an Eldritch Knight but without the plate armor. So I think it used charisma as a spell casting stat, so I thought that was really fun as well. I went straight into sales and turned it into creative advertising, sales strategy, and then just consulting. Oh, that's cool. Always new ideas and new things to do. It's fun. I tell people how to fix their BS, and it's following through is on them. That's good. Almost everyone I know who I think is an ISTP has some sort of favorable interaction with car engines. I Virtually every ISTP I have ever met talks about what they've done to their car. Almost all of them. Yeah, the ISTP I know was only interested in cars slash racing. That makes sense. ISTP and ENFP slash ENTP friendships. I have never had. Well, I've had some negative interactions with ISTPs before, but it's usually when they're drunk, and only when they're drunk. Like that's the only time I may have a problem with them. Their logic starts to fail them a little bit when they've been hitting the sauce, and then trying to point it out to them, they may not even realize what it is that they said, but they immediately take offense to it when I say something like, "Oh, well, that doesn't make sense." Then it's immediately they take offense, they get defensive, and then say, "What do you mean it doesn't make sense?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "No, you said this." Or, "No, I didn't." And like it turns into a thing, but that very few and far between. For the most part, I've only had positive interactions with ISTPs. A Gish is magic melee weapons generally. Yeah, that's certainly I prefer magic melee. What are some differences you've seen between ESFPs and ENFPs? The amount of talking that they do. That's the first thing I notice is the amount of talking. That is especially on the Discord servers lately. It's as soon as someone comes in and it's yap 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 yap, and they do not, and it's fast talking. There's no real point to what it is that they're saying. They just want to get their voice out there, and they want to react to whatever it is that anyone's saying. And it shows a strong preference for extroverted sensing. So that of course is the key difference. Everything, a lot of the other differences are, well, one lives in an imaginary world where one lives in just what's going on right this now. So they do that. So that's what I would be. That's always what I'm looking for if I'm trying to pick out an ESFP. Is like, well, okay, well, are they talking a whole lot about basically nothing? And it works. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, my ISTP friend was an alcoholic. He was insufferable sometimes, cool, but always offended / misinterpreting everything I say. That happens, for sure, for certain. Yes, that's what I meant to say. 9 more minutes left on today's stream, talking about the good old MBTI that 90% of the community gets wrong. And Dark Tide was fun for the stream, but probably done with it for the day. Got to put together that video. I have to finish it, and I have to post something over it. It's like a 10-minute long video, just me talking. Possibly some recordings of Starfield. And I would play Starfield more often, but even after I turn the settings down all the way, my computer is barely running it in some of the closer in environments, like at 44 frames, and that's no good for me. So I'm hoping I can find a mod that somehow actually works. Like there was this potato mod, and it did not do anything at all whatsoever, which was sad because other people said it gave them an FPS boost, but for me, literally the FPS stayed the same. So it was as if the mod just didn't work at all, unfortunately. So hopefully it gets updated, or I find one that actually works. Then I could play more Starfield. I did manage to get through enough of the game to make a ship with more or less advanced, like Class C parts, higher end parts. And although I find it kind of ugly, it works. I also found out when I was making that ship is that there's actual turrets that are automatic, and so that has been awesome. It reminded me of playing Empyrean, where like virtually all my weapon systems on any ship that I make are completely automatic. So it was pretty cool. Do you think hormones might affect function preference, like estrogen and testosterone? What would that mean for those who are trans and take hormones? I'm not exactly sure what it would mean, but I would like to. I I I think that some people may be more prone to certain kinds of behaviors, but if we looked at the aggregate core cognitive processes, we would still more or less see the same person. But I think we would have to find out. I know that we had one trans person in, or we still do have one trans person in the Discord, and I remember, I think it was they believed themselves an INFJ, and then of course the way they behaved, and what they chose to say, and how they chose, how they chose to act in a social situation. And I'd given them, well, not INFJ, I went ISFP. And so I wonder if something of them got changed. I don't think so. I don't think that they changed in terms of core cognitive processes. I don't think there was a change there. Like it's not, the hormones can do stuff, and as a matter of fact, they can be far more damaging, of course, when the child is very, still a child, like young, like 6 years old, and they start going on like hormone treatments, things like that. Like that can absolutely influence the development of your whole body, and I would propose that includes the brain. But at some point, your brain is set in stone now. Your personality, that this is who you are. Your tastes may change, your daily activities may change, but how you perceive the world, how you choose to interact with it, that remains the same. And the hormones are not going to further alter how your brain is wired after a certain point. So in real life, I have a property large encounter of ISTP friends online. However, INFP and ISTP just don't seem to get along. Not always going to get along, because some ISTPs have a chip on their shoulder, as do some INFPs have a chip on their shoulder, and then they have a much more difficult time finding common ground someplace. Talking to other ISTP feels like talking to a completely different individual. Sometimes other ISTPs are similar to me, funny, and yikes at the same time. That can happen, most certainly. That when it feels like you're talking to a completely different individual. Yeah, the core cognitive processes should be the same in terms of how you handle, how you would view situations, how you would perceive them, how you would gather information, and etc. But different life experiences can cause us to pick up tips and tricks that we find more useful in our particular lives than it would be in someone else's, and it can develop into a change in interests, as an example. What would a mid-20s ENFP male act like? So there's so many questions involved with that. Without further context, we don't have a lot to go on. Did they grow up in a two-parent household? Did the parents stay together? Did they come from money? Did they come from the poorest of poors? Did they grow up in Central California? Did they grow up somewhere in the Midwest? Did they grow up in New York? All of these things are going to determine what you would be looking for in cognitive function preference. So, like when they exert that, those function preferences in reality, how they choose to handle things should be, however, it should be roughly the same. But how would they act like? So if there's a mid-20s ENFP that has always been catered to, they tend to be more lax. They're not going to take things as seriously. Like they'll fall behind on, let's say, future success oriented things. They kind of just jump from maybe job to job because they've always got a safety net behind them, and it may take them a lot longer to actually get along in life. However, if an ENFP in their mid-20s grew up with, a busted household, and they've got, two sisters they need to take care of, because the mother can't take care of them, and then the father's not around, then it's like, yeah, they grew up in a bad environment where financial instability was like the name of the game. And then they decide that, okay, get into something that I enjoy, and then I've got to start helping my family. I need to start making money, and I got to make sure that I am secure so that I can help these people that won't be able to help themselves, these people that I love. And so once again, two separate life circumstances, and it produces two separate individuals on that more high resolution scale. I personally appreciate INFPs, at least my brother and the ones in the Discord server. Well, that's good. Talking about their feelings, though, does have to be my objective focus, and that can get tiring for some personalities. What's an unhealthy ENTP look like? Someone already asked me that, and I would say that it looks like me. Unhealthy. Unhealthy since 2007 or something. I don't know. No, earlier than that. One of my closest friends is trans and definitely an ISFP. We argue a lot over trivial feelings related stuff about game characters and movies, etc. Well, trivialities are unfun in some cases. Hopefully you're able to reconcile. What would a healthy ENTP look like? Well, I usually refer to, when I think of healthy ENTPs, I refer to like Cal. He is far more healthy than I'll ever be. He wants to focus on his on areas that he's weak on, and he actually puts some effort towards that. I mean, of course, he's still going to procrastinate a great deal. He's still going to be wanting to argue with people, etc. But he has a much more stable life. He's a little more future oriented thinking, that he's going to try and flex that introverted intuition a little bit more. Not to some great degree, mind you, just enough so that maybe his life isn't a complete mess completely. Let's say like 80% a mess, and then but that other 20% is kind of like on track. He realized that he had focus issues, so he wanted to get on ADHD medication, and he did, and he said it was one of the best things for him. It allowed him to focus and get things done. He had a bit of a different life. He was a single child, or not, why do I say single child? He was an only child. He of course had his mom issues, but he things unfolded a lot different. I don't want to get too personal about it. The point is that his life unfolded in a much different fashion than, let's say, mine did, and so he has a lot better things going for him right now. Now, is he going out now? Is his introverted intuition so high gear that he's out there just trying to like start companies and do things? Absolutely not. That's not something that a younger ENTP is going to do at all. ENTPs don't like being necessarily like in charge of those kinds of things, but he's got work, and he enjoys people's company. He's more I think he's more considerate with the feelings of other people, much more so than I would have been at his age. My extroverted feeling was flexed to manipulate people to get what I wanted out of them. His is more genuine to know more about people. Mine always had some kind of hidden agenda. I don't know if his always has a hidden agenda, but mine always did at his age. And so he has less things to worry about than I had to worry about when I was his age. So he has a more healthy, overall well-adjusted demeanor than I had at 20. And yes, I do believe it's possible for an ENTP to be healthy. For example, if someone were to donate $5 million to a bank account for me to use, I would be in a much better place psychologically right now. Most certainly, I would be in a much better place. But until that happens, until all of a sudden I make a whole bunch of money off of this YouTube stuff, I will be in most likely a not so great place. So, ISFP versus ESFP behaviors. All right, we are over the 4-hour mark, but I'll answer these last questions if there are more. ISFPs versus ESFP behaviors. So ISFPs are far less talkative in public settings. They prefer to talk more in private, and when they are in private, it's oftentimes not a whole lot, but they do talk more in private. ESFPs like to talk a lot in public with strangers, and when in private, it doesn't matter. They want to keep talking, talk, 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 and it's going to be about, and they don't care necessarily whether you are interested in it or not. They just want to talk. So, and it's oftentimes about, the everyday stuff, what they had for breakfast, or what their how their clothes look that particular day, or whether or not they think they look good, or it's stuff like that. Just very everyday thing. Everyday things is what they like to talk about. Let's see. I double down on areas I'm strongest and ignore weak areas. It worked wonder for me. Seriously, made life super easy. That's good. Do you know any healthy INFPs in real life? What do they look like? No. I think I might have known one healthy INFP female, and I haven't talked to her in many, many years. Most of the life has become worse for a lot of people these days in general, regardless of where you lived. Like, life has just gotten a little bit crappier, and that seems to hit INFPs, and mostly INFPs. It seems to hit them a little bit harder. Maybe it's because they can feel the overall suffering of the land, and it puts them down. Just focus on things you're interested in. Let someone else worry about laundry and dishes and useless garbage trash. 5 minutes, but I might be able to make that a reality. Why don't you and cousin Craig live together in Oregon? My cousin Craig has his own little idea of how he wants to move forward in life, and I don't want to. I don't know if that's something that he would consider, or if that's something that he would want to do, and I don't get to talk to him all that much either. So he's got a good thing going on right now, and I wouldn't want to prematurely remove him from that situation just so that I had a place to stay in Oregon. He's a good boy, and he deserves better. You're closer to 5 million than you think. Facts. Well, I hope you're some kind of wise sage that actually does in fact know the future, and that next week $5 million will just be falling into my lap. But until then, we will continue doing this. That has been the 4-hour stream for Saturday MBTI Talk. I hope everybody had fun. I hope I was able to answer your questions in a more relatable and adequate fashion. Remember to like this stream and to subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. If you're interested in MBTI stuff, maybe you're just here to maybe try to heckle me, or you don't really care in general, and you just needed some background noise. Some people have told me that they just enjoyed hearing my voice, and whatever it takes to get you to watch my stuff. Also, if you feel like you need to get typed, you can sign up to my Discord. You put in the application process, you get a time, and we're good to go. And of course, you'll mostly be talking to Lady V, my assistant. So with that being said, if you have any more questions, remember to sign up to Discord. You can just @ me at Street Urchin, and I usually get around to answering those questions eventually. More often than not, it's fairly quick, but sometimes not. Sometimes I'm, shooting heretics, or I'm playing warboats, or I'm on Empyrean building a ship, or doing some kind of weird stuff. Anyways, that's it for today's stream, and I should have a video available hopefully tomorrow. Just need to cut it down and then put something in the background. It should be fine. But anyways, until then, I'll talk to you next time. Bye!